wanna know how I got these scars?
In November 1992, at the West New York Children's Psychiatric Center, an assessment was published on a 7-year-old boy by the name of Andrew Ditch. Andrew, who had been admitted to the clinic after putting his fist through a window at school, was described as having poor self-esteem, impulsivity issues, and mild to moderate depression, reportedly owing to abusive behavior from an older half-brother. Despite writing a lengthy diagnosis list, the physician characterizes Andy's cognitive and behavioral abilities as mostly unremarkable for a boy of his age. This was one of the last times that Ditch would be described by anyone as unremarkable, and over the next 3 decades, he would work to cement his status as one of the most prolific deviants in internet history, projecting everything from family feuds to fetishes for online attention, while also spending years on a campaign trying to convince everyone in his life that he has autism, and fighting all of those who dare to doubt him. With behavior that was successfully pitiful, then repulsive, then deplorable, but never conventional. This is Andrew Ditch, The Diaper Diaries. But before I go any further, today's video is brought to you by turkeytom.shop. We have this new Epic Gym t-shirt. All right, they're already almost gone, so if you want to pick it up, now's your last chance. It's a very epic gym shirt that I know all of you guys are going to be fiending for because, let's be honest, the average physique of a Turkey Tom viewer is just, I mean, you guys are strong, okay? You're spending all day watching YouTube. You're strong, and I'm strong. I'm not fat. And we also have these Stop Gooning hats in stock. All right, I've seen a lot of you guys out there gooning. I've seen the things you're doing, and frankly, because you watch my videos, I won't call you out, but given what you're doing, I have to disapprove strongly. On a serious note though, I really appreciate everybody who has bought the merch in this drop and in the past, because I put a lot of time, energy, and money into the merch, and being able to sell the merch makes it so that we don't have to take other sponsorships, which is very nice. So if you are inclined to pick up the shirt and the hat at turkeytom.shop, and if you're not inclined to purchase either of them, then f you. Now back to the video. Andrew would spend the remainder of his winter at the facility before being discharged in March of 1993, returning home and resuming his education. However, this was short-lived, as a few months later, he would be readmitted once more after assaulting his older brother by the name of Joe. This time, the record would show an even more troublesome childhood for Ditch, whose mother, Janet, experienced multiple health complications during pregnancy, whose parents were struggling financially and were clashing over intrafamilial issues, who had experienced abuse from an early age, and whose attendance of schools and developmental programs would regularly end with reports and diagnoses. His parents claimed that Andrew's problem began around the age of 4, but it's not hard to see that many of the probable causes were present in his early childhood, and to everyone's concern, he was not growing out of it. The referral documents no longer seem to view Andrew as merely another routine patient, with reports being placed on admission that they viewed him to be a risk to others and himself, with more psychological tests required due to primitive thinking. The analyzing physician raises concerns over his perception of his own actions, stating that he has a thinking style which brings psychotic process into question, but ultimately concluding that it was unclear at this stage whether this was really a form of psychosis. He would again spend a few months under hospital supervision before being released back into the world with a diagnosis, attending a different school that served children with special learning needs. This didn't really help though, as a month later, he would be readmitted after threatening to kill his mother in a series of dissociative episodes, after he claimed to see his half-brother firing a gun with his pants pulled down. This report, although not entirely negative about his nature, is the first where his delusional thinking pattern is mentioned with more certainty, with the doctor reporting that Andrew is delusional about his perpetrator, assumedly Michael, stalking him. With the history that he possesses, it's not a surprise that someone of that age might be struggling with delusions, but in the report, the doctor seems concerned that the parents are enabling these delusions, and amongst other things, this would require immediate treatment. Over the next few months, Ditch would go through multiple courses of therapy and interviews, which would result in a final diagnosis of 4 separate behavioral diagnoses, along with chronic asthma. These included PTSD, which I assume you're all familiar with, oppositional defiant disorder, which is often found in children who are openly hostile to authority figures, expressive language disorder, which affects people who struggle to put their thoughts into words, and psychosocial stressors, a broader description of environmental factors that can cause emotional distress and fragility. In this case, his past trauma. Looking at Andrew's childhood is not my idea of a good time. The details are revealing, and you can see the roots of his toxic and self-destructive behavior. behavior. Unfortunately, all of this is relevant to what happens later in his life, and how he tries to rewrite his own documented history to justify his gross actions. This is the last time that I'll be able to remind you. Like the rest of us, Andrew is a human being. Unlike the rest of us, I'm not sure you'll be able to tell. A lot of Andrew's adolescence is riddled with continuous records of his trips into medical centers and mental hospitals for various reasons, many of which remain undisclosed. It's also highlighted by Andrew's own accounts of extremely unhinged behavior, such as poisoning his father's coffee with stool softener.
There was one time Andy did, put Miralax. No, not Miralax. I don't remember what it was at the time. It was a stool softener in my dad's coffee when at 15 or something like that, when he used to work nonstop.
As we'll later find out, I'd take everything Andrew says with a grain of salt, but it was clear that his behavior was not improving. And by April 2002, after a string of violent outbursts against his family, he wound up in enough trouble to find himself back where all of this started, the West New York Children's Psychiatric Center. Further assessments were carried out on him, and this time the reports were equally damning, emphasizing his pattern of mental, social, and sexual deviance, including an interest in diapers. He was discharged with an even longer list of mental illnesses, with psychologists drawing parallels between his disposition and borderline, narcissistic, and antisocial personality disorder, which is commonly associated with psychopathic traits. He was eventually discharged in August, with the assessment concluding that he was ready due to his positive response to a structured environment, no signs of psychosis, presenting with articulate speech, and illustrating good judgment and insight that he must maintain appropriate behaviors in the community. However, many concerns were still harbored that this was a person who was seriously unstable and unable to exist in a functioning society, with the report referencing his coercive, threatening, and manipulative nature, stating that he only became responsive to treatment when threatened with legal detention. It was clear there was still the suspicion that Andrew was merely on his best behavior for his own selfish purposes. From this report, psychologists believe that Andrew knows how to behave well. It's more a case of his own will. Despite the reservations, though, he was released back into society once more to complete his education, and although there would still be reported altercations between him, his family, and his school, he remained out of trouble for the most part, moving between jobs at fast food chains and convenience stores. It wasn't exactly a life, but it was living. The reason that he was dismissed from so many jobs is somewhat unclear, but we do know he suffered a head injury in 2005 that he would later claim cost him his McDonald's job. In 2008, now a 23-year-old man, Ditch would have yet another psychiatric assessment, with the evaluating professional noting that he had already attempted to seek consultation at another clinic but didn't like the doctor, who Andrew alleged did not want him to seek employment. In the interview with the doctor, he would refer to himself as suffering from schizoaffective disorder, bipolar, ADHD, Tourette's, OCD, and conduct disorder. Although the psychiatrist concurred with the conditions that had been documented before, they ruled out bipolar disorder and deferred any access to diagnoses, which concerned previous speculative conditions like borderline, narcissism, and ASPD. It was clear that Ditch was on some sort of mission to have a label that he could understand himself by, but didn't always like the answers that certain doctors provided. I'm not entirely convinced by his allegations that the past doctor told him to stop seeking employment, nor am I by the allegation that this offended him so much that he just couldn't work with him. Receiving multiple opinions isn't a bad idea, but the doctor still hadn't said the magic word that Andy was after, that word being autism. Throughout the late 2000s, autism began to receive more acknowledgement in mainstream society and throughout the scientific world. It had already been experiencing an uptick in visibility and therefore was viewed as more common than it was originally thought. Now, for a lot of people who were children in the 80s and 90s, this meant that they had been overlooked for a diagnosis when there wasn't as much awareness of the condition. But Andrew Ditch had been through all the psychiatric institutes and had probably been evaluated for autism more than a couple times, even when it was not as widely acknowledged. Nevertheless, at a follow-up appointment the year after, a different doctor notes that Andrew was raising questions about the possibility of autism spectrum disorder, which he regards as interesting, before drawing attention to Ditch's history of violence, which included a court-mandated anger management course after assaulting his brother 2 years prior. It seemed that the doctor was one of many people who was skeptical of Andrew's honesty and his needs. This skepticism only heightened following his next appointment, where in a report, the physician sarcastically remarks that he, of course, lost the laboratory slip that was designed to measure his lithium level, and then agreed with Andrew's mother that he should move into supported housing, but understands Ditch has a habit of intentionally jeopardizing his applications, such as claiming he's inappropriately touched people, which tells you the sort of person we're dealing with here. He would rather fabricate allegations against himself than live independently. It should be clear by now that he wasn't exactly fiending for independence, but living with his parents wasn't going much better. He continued to have a strained relationship with them, with major outbursts, psychiatric emergencies, even calling 911 over food that he claimed was too cold. A brief moment of reflection in one of these reports has him stating that he might have overreacted, and that he hasn't been taking his medication due to concerns about his weight. In another one of these documents, it's reported that he denies he would ever hurt himself or his family, immediately after an incident where he swallowed pills and took a knife to his own wrist, and then called the police on his mother. This is one of the first times that we can see that Andrew's mother was advised to seek a restraining order against her son due to this pattern of behavior. As you'll also see, it's unlikely this advice was taken too readily.
Okay, it's
polyethylene glycol 330/50 USP powder for oral solution.
Wonderful. Does Mom know about that?
Yeah. Prescription laxative.
Really?
It should be clear by now that Andrew Ditch isn't just a troubled person with anger issues. He's also just a pretty bad guy. He's manipulative, dishonest, abusive, and unable to take accountability for any of it. His intellectual disability isn't the cause of his intentions. It only makes his machinations easier to see through. But it was clear he was still capable of functioning in society. Case in point, this is the same year that after allegedly taking a course in Be Your Own IT a couple of years prior, he would launch the business A Best PCs, a company specializing in PC repair and sales. He offered a free service, which was delivered through a forum, and a paid service through his website. It's not the most appealing branding, and I hope his computing knowledge is better than his graphic design, but the reviews were positive, even if they did all share the same questionable grammatical and typographical choices with Ditch's website. Birds of a feather, I guess. Genuine reviews were also positive though, seemingly showing Andrew's ability to effectively perform a job and even operate a business. Around this time, he also set up a website to showcase his enthusiasm in meteorology called Andy's Weather Site, marketed as the all-you-need weather source, with forecasts twice a day. At the end of 2010, Ditch would set up a Facebook account to promote his business, providing the first record of his interaction with social media. Most of his activity revolved around his business, sports, and personal matters, even sharing a photo of himself looking very dapper, or should I say diaper. That's the comedy you pay for on the Turkey Tom YouTube channel. He'd post photos of the weather, his family, and his dog. It all seemed like a relatively regular Facebook feed, but as time went on, it began to look a little more interesting. On the 10th of March, he posted about how the pain he had been experiencing had become so excruciating that he was going to miss physical therapy. He had been posting about struggling with pain in the days leading up to this, but this one was curious in that he highlights that he can't pull down his pants to go to the bathroom, which is definitely more information than I'm sure anyone on his Facebook feed wanted to know. On the 15th of March 2011, following the Japan earthquake and tsunami, Andrew shared his obligatory thoughts and prayers with the timeline, attracting a comment from one account by the name of Michael Ditch.
Absolutely wow. Devastating.
This told us two things: that Andrew's excellent grasp of the English language ran in the family, and that despite their troubled history, these two were still in contact, which may raise a few eyebrows. Shortly after, in April, Andrew would make a post lamenting that he was barred from a local Wendy's for making a mess in their lobby. What kind of mess? We can't be sure, but a couple months later, the story has changed significantly. In two separate posts, now they were merely complaining about the time it took for a fish sandwich to arrive, unless he was banned from two separate Wendy's, which is also believable. In July, he puts out a message expressing anger towards people who slander others, stating that they will be punished. After this, his Facebook returned to normal, but his life definitely did not. In December, he was referred again for a psychiatric assessment after he ended up in a physical fight with his brother, argued with his father, Thomas, over a vacuum cleaner, and then threatened to cut his mother's hands off. He denies this and says he's actually doing very well outside of the occasional argument. His mom, on the other hand, says that he's becoming increasingly demanding and threatening, not taking his medication, and is disruptive around the house. When asked if she would be willing to take him back, she is reported to have become angry and slammed down the phone. Don't be surprised if you're feeling a bit of deja vu. It won't be the last time. After maintaining a relatively low online profile, in 2012, he decided to set up a YouTube channel for his business, where he would share the projects that he was working on.
Okay, I'm Andrew from A-Best PCs here. We're going to show you how to do a simple hard drive or hardware upgrade on a laptop.
In these videos, Andrew sounds like a relatively well-adjusted human being who is knowledgeable on his subject area. If you didn't know him from anywhere else, he'd seem like your perfectly average part-time YouTuber. He also provided hygiene tips in the comment section, reminding people to wash their hands after handling anything with oil. He would upload multiple videos on this channel over the next couple of years, all of which seemed inoffensive in their content, and he would also set up other socials for his business, including a Twitter and LinkedIn, spotlighting his experience in his field. But with his discovery of online communities, he began to indulge his more perverse and volatile side. In 2014, he set up an account on adisc.org, a self-proclaimed AB/DL/IC community, with the letters standing for adult baby /diaper lover /incontinent. On his account, he classifies himself as the latter two. Now, if you're into this stuff, you don't normally want to make it known, but in this case, Ditch makes it a bit hard to ignore by naming the account A Best PCs, which is an unorthodox way to court new clients. Around this time, he also set up a Google account, which wouldn't see too much activity on it at first, other than 2 long-winded reviews on a local Wendy's and Tim Hortons. The Wendy's review has since been removed, but in it, he states that he is a business owner, names and shames multiple staff members that he dislikes, accuses them of workplace discrimination, multiple health violations, wrongful termination, and of calling the police on him after he'd had a surgery and his diabetic mother who was experiencing hypoglycemia when they were attempting to dine there. The Wendy's in reference is a branch on Yonge Street in Tonawanda, and this is likely the same Wendy's he's referring to in his Facebook post, as Collin Boulevard is at the interchange that you would turn off for that Wendy's. The Wendy's that he initially admitted to making a mess at, which seems slightly difficult to do if you were ejected before you could even order. The negative review on Tim Hortons in New York is equally amusing, making a variety of allegations against the staff. Pointing towards his experience as a business owner again, he shares an experience where he ordered a steak, egg, and cheese on a jalapeno beagle. I guess that's a Buffalo special. His order was missing the steak, his Diet Pepsi was half full, it looks like someone spat on his brother's sandwich, and took a bite out of a cinnamon roll. It's a cartoonishly awful experience.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
But what reason would Andy have to lie about this? Well, the answer is at the end of the review. They didn't hire him. The reason being that he is food safety oriented and customer friendly, something that the staff at Tim Hortons are not. But if he was a successful business owner, why was he still mad at Wendy's 4 years later and applying to work at Tim Hortons? Well, outside of him receiving some clients, there was no evidence that this business was actually profitable or even an actually registered business. It was also apparent that Andrew is just a very vindictive and petty person, and if he feels wronged, he will hold a grudge for as long as is convenient for him. And he has no real limit for how far he'll go. Whether that's turning up to a fast food restaurant, making a mess, and then leaving a review 4 years later claiming that he was actually the one who was mistreated. Most people move on from life's inconveniences and difficulties. Andrew, on the other hand, uses it to fuel his victim complex, despite often perpetuating these situations. Even if he was operating a business, he was clearly still a deeply disturbed person and had no interest in changing. In fact, he was only interested in justifications to continue behaving this way. Around 2009, he had expressed an interest in being diagnosed with autism, and at this point, the consulting doctor did not seem particularly curious about pursuing this any further. But in March 2016, he created an account on the MedHelp forums, a discussion board that allows for medical professionals and community members to provide help to people in addressing their individual health concerns. Ditch's biography on this website states that he has received several differing and incorrect opinions from doctors, but was recently diagnosed diagnosed with autism and related issues. He also shares that he is struggling with his weight, incontinence, that he is pre-diabetic, suffers from anxiety, anger issues, and needs to have a set schedule. This is the first time on record that he appears to claim that he's received a formal diagnosis of autism, and in the community's forum, he elaborates on this, stating that it is a recent development, that he struggles with loud and unpredictable sounds, and with crowded areas and events to the point where he needs someone to guide him out. He says he takes jokes literally, struggles with eye contact, and sometimes flaps his arms when he becomes excited or bored. Now, these are all possible manifestations of autism, but there's also a lot of discussion about other symptoms that don't seem particularly connected. He talks about struggling with spelling and reading, but the one that stands out the most is that he says he thinks he has sensory issues as he feels more comfortable wearing a diaper as it relaxes him and keeps him dry and contained. Now, I'm no high authority on autism, but I don't think that Andrew can really associate all of these behaviors with autism. I'm aware it's different strokes for different folks, but there's a word for people who like to wear diapers, and it's not autistic. In this post, he also asks why a well-respected neurologist, someone who treats conditions of the nervous system, did not recognize he had autism. He complains about being treated poorly at Wendy's, again, talks about his time at McDonald's, and claims that he suffered a brain injury that caused him to lose his job, not mentioning that he actually worked at Wendy's immediately after McDonald's. He asks the forum if he has autism or Asperger's, despite Asperger's being phased out of formal diagnoses a few years prior before this post, with it being merged into a broader recognition of the condition, something you think whoever diagnosed him would have told him. He also asks the forum for advice on going through the higher education system, describing himself as very smart and questioning whether his chronic shoulder pain could actually be worsened by his autism, before abruptly ending the post. This post did not receive any responses, probably because of Ditch's weird fixation on particular subjects and his tendency to talk at length about himself. He laundry lists his symptoms like he'd just read the Wikipedia page and is merely seeking validation from those in the forum, who are probably familiar with the kind of attention-seeking behavior that he's exhibiting. Unable to set up his community there, 1 year later, he launches the Abled, Disabled, and Yet Incontinent support group, and says that he is here to provide help and advice to those struggling with incontinence, including advice for children, which is like putting the village gooner in charge of sex ed. He also adds that this time, this is not related to his autism, which he will delve into in his next blog. This post also received no interaction, likely because if people are struggling with incontinence, they're probably going to see a professional rather than the local diaper guy. Nevertheless, if a psychologist has diagnosed him with autism, who am I, a humble YouTuber, to question such qualifications? Well, this is where it becomes interesting. In August 2017, Andrew had an appointment with a neuropsychologist, Dr. Santa Maria, likely being referred by his general practitioner, who possibly referred him due to the alleged diagnosis. However, this appointment resulted in the neuropsychologist stating that there was an absence of evidence of autism, and in fact, his condition was more indicative of schizoaffective disorder. This was not what Andrew wanted to hear, and as we know by now, if Andrew doesn't have his way, he won't let up until he does. So, after being ignored on online forums, he decided to take his crusade to YouTube, posting a 44-minute video on the platform where he, again, shares his life story, making sure to mention autism in the first 10 seconds.
Hey guys, I'm Andy here, and a couple things that you may not know about me so much. One is I was recently diagnosed with autism by a doctor that I been seeing for a while now, and he recently just diagnosed me with it.
In fact, he wastes no time explaining the reason that he's making the video is because he has a friend who doesn't believe he has autism because Andrew can talk to other people, whereas certain autistic people cannot.
The one thing I am creating this video for is because I have this person, friend of mine, who I hope he's considered as a friend of mine. He actually tells me I don't have it because he compares him or me, who can talk, to other people who he knows that cannot talk. Now, I'm not mentioning any names here, but you know, I just feel kind of uncomfortable that people just don't understand autism and what it is.
Andrew makes the point that you can't just boil autism down to certain symptoms exhibited by people before boiling down autism to certain symptoms exhibited by him.
But basically, I gotta stop and think for what I say at some point. just to keep on topic. You may not be able to see my hands here, but they're flapping a little bit there when I was talking, when I was getting frustrated with myself there. I don't know if you saw that, but you could probably see my hand go like that every so often. I don't know. I don't like loud noises, like thunder, loud music. And to be honest with you, my counselor had suggested buying a good pair of headphones. Another thing I would have problems with, understanding jokes or sarcasm. And that's the biggest thing I have problems with. And, being able to make friends comes easy to me. Or easier than keeping a friend, should I say. And that's the other thing that bothers me. I have, I'm happy being single, but I'm also open to having a friend, to help me out with, being in love with me or that kind of stuff, or have a family with me. That is called empathy, right? Well, that's what I have a huge problem with. Feeling other people's feelings and emotions, or understanding other people's emotions. It's very hard to be that way, but all these are basically autistic, symptoms.
Most of the video is Andrew ranting about why he has autism, listing off all the knowledge he has on the matter, and even letting it slip that he's been doing some research into the condition itself.
The biggest problem I have is the arm flapping and arm movement, and this movement of my fingers or my legs, where I constantly gotta move, which also could be ADHD as well, but from what I've done research on, is more autism type of symptom, from what my doctor said at least. Autism is a spectrum of disorders from what I've learned. Basically from my doctor, my counselor, the internet, the YouTube videos, the extensive research that me and my parents have done. It's a spectrum of disorders.
He goes on this tangent about how he was very smart and that he was one of the best performing students in his classes. The pretense for this tangent is to bust the alleged stereotype that autistic people have low intelligence, but is clearly just used here as a self-serving mechanism for Ditch to boast about his academic achievements, which are all from at least 15 years ago.
Not to say that I'm dumb or anything. When I was in school, I was one of the smartest kids in my school. So every kid, younger and older, would come to me for learning, the science, the history. My earth science class, on my senior year, I would actually have to teach the class weather, because I knew more, quote unquote, than my earth science teacher. That January I took the test and I ended up passing it on the first try with a very high marks. I don't remember exactly what the score was. I think it was I was in the mid 80s. And here I didn't learn half of this math stuff, but I passed it. I was one of the few people that passed it. But in New York State, I was one of the few students who actually passed a German proficiency test in the New York State Regents requirements. And my German teacher actually said he would never passed it either. He said it was a really tough test.
It's clear that Andrew has an image in his head of how he wants to be perceived as this high-functioning autistic person, which is probably the reason why he was asking in the forums if he had Asperger's, the Rain Man of cyberspace.
There's times I have trouble remembering what I was going to say in the middle of a conversation. Like there's time I would say, "Oh, I didn't say that, but I was thinking this." It's weird because people make fun of me for that. Basically I have a brain fart is what I call it.
Ah, yes, the Andrew Ditch trademarked brain fart. Andy, that's not an autistic thing. Everyone does that.
Another thing I have problems with, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, and I feel very uncomfortable about talking about this.
As you'll soon find out, it wouldn't be an Andrew Ditch video without an explicit mention of his favorite topic, his bowel movements.
I guess it's common for people with autism to have problems even with incontinence, even with, as an adulthood. It is what it is, and I'm not comfortable talking about it in public, but I'm also not shy about it either. Gosh, I want to say, I was in and out of diapers all my life. I had counselors that thought I was, doing it on purpose to get attention. What 12-year-old want to be wet have wet pants or wet bed? That's a question I still can't answer to this day, why that counselor would even think about doing that.
This time, Andrew ties his incontinence more directly with autism. And although it is true that incontinence is more common in autistic people than the general population, I think it's important to acknowledge that it's a very broad term for bladder and bowel dysfunction. A lot of non-autistic people experience it, and it often doesn't result in people wearing diapers, or at least talking about doing so at length in a YouTube video. But you have to remember who you're dealing with here.
I had all the classic signs of autism, and yet these doctors never saw autism in me. Even when I couldn't speak, even when I couldn't get dressed on my own, even when I couldn't, ride a bike, the way I sing and talk, I can't hold a tune when I sing.
He then reverts to expressing frustration about how it took doctors 32 years to diagnose him with autism, despite his struggles to dress himself, ride a bike, and sing, which are all telltale signs according to him.
The one thing for people with autism, and that really helps me cope with my symptoms, whether temper tantrums or meltdowns or whatever you want to call them, headphones. Fidget spinner. Being alone helps me calm down. Like, there's most of the time I want to just isolate myself. The one thing I don't like though, and I hate it immensely, is people ignoring me.
Even if he wasn't a compulsive liar and making this video as a response to his psychologist's diagnosis, what would this video tell the average person? Even if he was autistic, he's not going to find community by talking about why he's autistic for nearly 45 minutes. Very few people are like that, and those who are would rather be talking themselves. Who was he showing this to?
I hope this video helps people understand that doesn't mean I can talk, doesn't mean I can't talk, or someone else can't talk, rather. Doesn't mean the person who talks like me doesn't mean I don't have autism. And that's what I'm trying to get at with people. There are certain people that just don't understand the symptoms of it.
Perhaps it was his psychiatrist, because less than a month later, his psychiatrist, Dr. Richard Wolin, would change the psychologist's diagnosis from schizoaffective disorder to ASD. This is the same doctor who Andrew had brought up his condition to in 2009, so it's very possible that the physician could no longer be bothered to deal with Ditch's bullshit and just relented. So finally, Andrew had exactly what he wanted, an autism diagnosis. He could embrace all the wondrous benefits that an autism diagnosis provided, which included eating out at autism-friendly restaurants, running autism-friendly weather forecasts, uploading autism-friendly content on his channel.
Hello guys, I'm Andrew from A-Best PCs. Thank you for watching my videos. Take time and subscribe to my YouTube channel and my Tech Times newsletter.
Going to autism-friendly rock concerts, and visits to autism-friendly medical centers, this time because he was feeling depressed. Nothing came of this appointment, although it did give his parents another chance to highlight that he was verbally abusive. However, this utopia would be disrupted again in November 2018, when he had a second assessment with the neuropsychologist who had evaluated him the year before. With the support of his general practitioner, he may have expected less resistance from the physician, but this doctor reaffirms his previous diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder and rules out autism spectrum disorder. In this report, the doctor notes that Andrew seems very fixated on receiving a diagnosis, and that he has researched buzzwords and symptoms to bring up in the appointment. The doctor refers to his previous report and the evidence of thought disturbance and delusions, which are not characteristics of autism. It's also apparent that from reading the report, the doctor is very hesitant to change his opinion, as he's aware of Andrew's agenda. And even if there was the possibility that Andrew was autistic, his intentions of acquiring a diagnosis make it impossible to actually provide a proper evaluation, noting his careful responses in the examination data and apologizing for stimming and flapping throughout the day, representing Andrew Ditch's tokenized perception of autism. If he was as smart as he said he would have been able to present himself with a hint of subtlety. Instead, he was leaving the clinic with yet another negative result. But how was he going to deal with this news the second time around?
Janet stated that her son got in her face and was screaming at her.
Not very well, with his behavior spiraling rapidly to the point where, at midnight on November 18th, the police would be called to his address, where they would find Andrew's mother, Janet, in a frightened state, who subsequently shared that Andrew had accosted her, became extremely aggressive, and screamed at her. Andrew did not challenge the notion that he had what was described as a meltdown, but he did deny screaming or entering his mother's personal space. At the time, his mother declined to press charges, but his behavior didn't improve, and a week later, Andrew was admitted to the Erie County Medical Center after threatening to take his own life. However, once arriving, he denies any of this, and instead claims that his father was making threats the previous night, but now he just wants to go home because it's too loud. In this report, the nurse practitioner calls Andrew a poor historian, describing him as demanding, manipulative, and threatening when observing him on a phone call with his mother. The nurse also states that Andrew called the police while there, stating his needs were not met, and stated his intention to sue all of the doctors in the hospital for not providing him with his medication. The nurse also reports that he was complaining he couldn't stand due to knee pain, but notes that he was walking fine earlier on in the day. So you can probably guess where this is leading. What's even more telling is the reports of the interviews with his parents, who state that he has been seeking an autism diagnosis while researching and faking these symptoms, with the schizoaffective diagnosis making him very angry. Andrew had since been threatening everyone in his life, including police officers, and once he was detained, he continued to make these threats, in their mind because he wanted control. In other details, Andrew's parents allege that he has called the police over 400 times throughout the year, often from the slightest inconveniences, and that he repeatedly makes false accusations of abuse despite being both verbally and physically abusive himself. They state that they threw him out 14 years ago after he assaulted his mother and brother, but he kept breaking into their house until they gave up on kicking him out. They refer to Andrew's previous jobs and housing as evidence that he is more than capable of being independent, but chooses not to, expecting his parents to cater to his every need, and alleging that he is faking incontinence and has been intentionally wetting and soiling himself throughout the week. This appeared to be the breaking point for Janet and Thomas, who state they are considering orders of protection, something that has been considered many times in the past, but who knows, maybe this time they actually mean it. In a psychiatrist report from this time as well, Andrew is reported to have his disposition change rapidly from cooperative to demanding, expecting the staff at the hospital to change his diaper, likely related to his claims of being unable to move. The psychiatrist explains that Andrew has been offered a diaper, but only on the conditions that he change it himself, something that he has refused to do, all while continuing to threaten lawsuits and demanding to call the chief admin. The psychiatrist clearly does not want to keep Andrew here and references his previous living autonomy as a reason to release him to a shelter. 2 days later, he retaliated against his family by having his father arrested for an altercation earlier on in the year where he made threats towards Andrew after Andrew ate an entire meatloaf. After this, his mother decided to go ahead and press charges for the incident 10 days prior, with both Andrew and his father Tom being taken in by law enforcement.
Thomas was then booked on single charge of harassment, second degree, and held in the to see judge on 11/28, 2018.
Shortly after his arrest, Andrew was admitted back to the hospital after an incident where he banged his head against a wall as he didn't like the lighting. His autism is repeatedly referred to in these documents, likely because of his own repeated references to it. And here, the alleged autism presents as a hindrance to a planned MRI scan. But shortly after this, he was discharged. It seemed like Andrew's failure to acquire an autism diagnosis had pushed him over the edge, and he would go to whatever ends to have his way, even if it meant harassing his own parents. It is completely fair to feel sympathy towards them after the ordeal that he had put them through. But at this point, they had to draw a line and set an example. If Andrew continued to live with his parents, who knew what could happen?
But what I have an issue with is every single time I walk in this door, I'm being told that I'm going to be sued and my job is going to be taken away, and he's pointing a camera in my face. It's getting ridiculous.
I did not hear that.
It was clear by now that all of the involved authorities were growing sick and tired of Andrew's shtick, and nobody really wanted to deal with him. In February 2019, he was referred back to the Erie County Medical Center after threatening to take his own life again. This time, he attempts the charm offensive with the reporting doctor, who reports Ditch to be pleasant, calm, and cooperative. Ditch then leverages this to his advantage, sharing that he'd rather his parents not be contacted, as he claims that his father verbally abuses him and his brother. He reports the arrest, but doesn't elaborate on any details, just stating it was due to a meltdown, and that he couldn't remember exactly what happened, but that he did appreciate the structure and care the jail provided him, which makes you wonder if they changed his diapers. It's notable here that, again, he has told interviewing doctors that he has autism, which seems to be a repeating theme when he expects extra care. Following further interview and consultation of patient files, they discover that Ditch does not have a positive diagnosis for autism from a neuropsychologist, and that he disagrees with this. He expresses the desire to live in a group home where he can have his needs taken care of on a 24/7 basis, and you can guess what that would entail. Instead of consulting his parents this time around, they speak to someone by the name of Diane, who is his father's sister. Diane is disabled and had been an advocate for Andrew in the past. It's unclear how much she was involved in her nephew's life, but she had vouched for him in past exchanges with law enforcement.
Every autistic person is different. When I go to court, when I hear him, he's not telling you everything. He doesn't communicate well.
He doesn't communicate well? Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you kidding? He's one of the best communicating autistic people I've ever met.
In this document, she corroborated Andrew's claims that he had been physically and verbally abused by his family. She also claims she has heard and seen the recordings of evidence that support this, and has even bared witness to these incidents. She reports that he is receiving support to find new housing, but it's not moving very quickly, and that she feels bad she can't do more. With Andrew clearly winning over these practitioners, and Diane's testimony speaking to repeated verbal and physical abuse, the individual writing up this account states that he strongly believes Ditch has autism based on his observations. In spite of this more sympathetic view towards Andrew, a conversation with the lawyer advises the physician that the situation is sensitive, and the general practitioner advises against any expeditious family reunion. He was released to emergency housing in the local area after his family refused to house him. A few days after this, he was given another mental health assessment, which doesn't reveal too much that we don't know already. Some seem more skeptical towards him, while others express some form of sympathy. But a psychiatrist's note is probably the most interesting piece of information here. In this summation, the psychiatrist writes that his family have infantilized him, despite the fact that he seems capable of some form of independence. This contrast is highlighted especially with Ditch's claims of incontinence, which seem incompatible with his ability to otherwise perform everyday tasks. It seems that anyone who had known him for a prolonged period of time were familiar with his ability to be independent and self-sufficient, so they were confused by this pattern of regression that he appeared to be demonstrating. A few days later, Andrew found himself in prison again, this time for the charge of second-degree coercion. The report also notes that diagnoses submitted are contradictory, likely referring to the persistent discourse over his autism diagnosis. Over the next month, caseworkers continued their attempts to find him supported housing. However, when the caseworkers needed to acquire what they say is a stability statement, the psychiatrist at the Erie County Holding Center, which is where Andrew was incarcerated at the time, would not sign off on such a statement because they didn't believe that he had an SPMI, or a severe and persistent mental illness. The agency at this point disengages with their search and hands the responsibility over to the holding center, who released Andrew to other accommodations. At this time, Andrew decides to share his grievances on his meteorology account on Facebook. It's his only Facebook account that's remained active over the past few years, but anybody who did see this post would probably be wondering why the account was breaking character. In this statement, Andrew reasserts that he has autism and sensory problems, and that he is now in a homeless hotel. You'd think that this is some kind of cry for help, but actually in this post, Ditch says that he's doing better, because the Erie County Holding Center is helping him out with his meltdown coping skills. So what is the point of this post? Well, it's for Andrew to yap about all of his autistic traits again, and to mention that he had another headbanging meltdown on April 8th, which doesn't make it sound like he's doing too well. I wonder how thankful he would be if he realized that the holding center's skepticism towards his conditions was preventing him from entering supported housing. Immediately after this, he would also put out a tornado warning for all of his Texan followers. Thank you, Andrew.
That is absolutely cursed! Yes!
However, it seemed that this improvement didn't last after he was readmitted following another mental health break.
What are you gonna do? Lock me in the loony bin? I'm already here!
Here, he was addressed by another doctor who had previously advocated for an autism diagnosis for him, and did so again. However, following a neuropsychological consultation, this diagnosis once again had doubt cast upon it. This time, when contacting his Aunt Diane, she declined to vouch for his character, instead calling him a pathological liar. And when she was attempting to answer questions related to his behavior, she said she could not because she simply did not know him well enough. The evaluating doctor agreed with other reports that Ditch appeared to be exaggerating his conditions and that Andrew's confidence in the symptoms actually prevents a clear diagnosis. And although he can't rule anything out, he also can't confirm it either. Andrew, as always, did not take this well. And a few days later, reports indicate he was again under arrest, this time for destruction of his parents' property, implying that he may have attempted to confront them.
We have to stop this repetitive calling everybody when you don't get what you need. We need what you think you need. You are able to live independently.
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm allowed to shop on my own with
Yes.
no problems. Okay.
So listen,
Okay.
let me finish.
Okay.
You're sitting here with a laptop and what is this?
A
Just let
tablet.
me finish. A tablet and a cell phone. I would be willing to bet that if you pull up the search history on your phone, there's all kinds of things. You're able to maneuver Uber. I can't even maneuver Uber.
You're able to maneuver Uber.
Following this stint in jail, he was once again released for further examination, where an interview with his care coordinator reveals his parents have taken out an order of protection against him, in this case preventing Andrew from taking part in offensive conduct. She also seems unconvinced by Ditch's behavior, stating that despite being tech-savvy, he claims to be unable to set an alarm to remind himself to take medication, and uses, quote, excuses such as, I won't hear the alarm. He was discharged to a motel, but wouldn't pay them.
Fuck you, pay me.
And he had been banned from the local homeless shelter for defecating on the floor.
You want some shit? Bombs away, boys, bitch!
The care coordinator finishes on the note that he alienates anyone who tries to help him. It seems the more time people spend around Andrew, the more they despise him, which is not a good sign.
You've already been tested for
Oh,
autism.
I have?
Yes.
Oh, I have.
And you do not have autism, Andrew.
Okay.
That is what the results came back as. You do not have autism.
Whatever it is, then why do I have sensory problems? Why?
I don't know why you have sensory problems.
No, you do know.
No, I don't, because I'm not a medical professional. Regardless of what the issues you have, it does not say that those issues are preventing you from living on your own.
By now, everyone from psychiatrists to caseworkers had tried to help Andrew back on his feet. He was extremely desperate to find himself in a group home, but he was unable to receive endorsement from the authority figures which would enable him to do so. It was pretty clear from the evidence and interviews that Andrew was able to live independently. He was just actively choosing not to, and that a group home would just indulge that nature rather than actually helping him manage it. Professionals did not feel comfortable supporting him, but when faced with the ultimatum, instead of deciding to live on his own, Andrew concluded that the only solution was to regress further, because surely that would make people believe him.
Guys, this is my room.
With his housing situation in jeopardy, Andrew had very little option but to make his case online again, this time uploading a video to his personal channel, Andrew Ditch. He posted it from his motel and made sure to emphasize his supposed autistic traits, but this time with a slightly different delivery.
Everything everywhere. I don't know how to do. I'm struggle, guys. I'm struggle. I just looking for idea help. Andy looking for idea help. It's really struggle.
This is not behavior that I, as a viewer, or any of the professionals have been acquainted with in the past. He seems to be mimicking the speech of a young child in distress. He's made a mess in his room, and he shares the news with his audience that he is struggling.
And then this garbage. That's not garbage. It's the stuff I hit can't put away. I don't know. And then the pop bottle, and I just realized there's garbage on the floor thingy. Look at fridge thingy. I mean, Andy's struggle.
Andy's struggle, he says, pointing towards a loaded fridge. He thinks that being unable to string together basic sentences, speaking about himself in the third person, and using a childlike cadence is his struggle.
There's my weather radio there. I love radios that have weather radio alert thingy. But this is that's my white noise maker. I can do it different sounds. I can turn different sounds up. This one bothers me because it's sensitive to thunder. Sensitive to thunder.
He has some items he's interested in all set up and organized, such as his weather radio, his oil diffuser, and his Wi-Fi, which he boasts that he can use to control the lighting in his room. But when it comes to matters that Andrew would rather be helpless at, such as cleaning himself or his room, he becomes extremely flustered and upset, framing himself as unable to address these matters.
Look at this. This is just my norm. I just don't know how to do this stuff. I mean, may I ask, how do I organize? How do I organize? I mean, how do I do it? I mean, really, how do Andy do it?
This is his Hail Mary to try and draw attention from some sort of service or advocate to his case, as he pulls out a toy and attempts to broadcast his more autistic side.
This here is a clicker. I love this toy, and I just don't know why. It's a little toggle thing, a little switch back and forth. There was a little thing that like a joystick thing for Atari, and then I don't know why that sound. I don't even understand this.
In this video, he doesn't outwardly state that he is autistic, but the implication is obviously there. It's clear that after realizing that intentionally seeking a diagnosis was actually jeopardizing his chances, he would just exhibit all the symptoms without further elaboration.
Okay, look at this, guys. It's a fidget spinner on my Samsung watch. I love the thing. I'm just watching it spin on my camera. It's like, it's this things that spin that really attract me. I don't know why, guys. I don't know why. Danny just want to be normal one day, you know?
The spontaneity of his feelings in this video is obviously undermined by the fact that he recorded it, uploaded it, posted it, and gave it a title, trying to attract attention from anybody relevant.
I want to say, I'm sorry for not. I just can't do it. Just can't do it. Why is it hard? Andy not normal. Andy not normal. I'm sorry, Andy not normal. Andy just not normal. Andy not normal. I want help. I don't know. I'm struggle. You know, Andy's struggling. Language not hard.
Even from a performative angle, this is really unconvincing, and it's just insulting to people who are autistic. Yes, autistic people are more likely to be overwhelmed by tasks that others find simple, but they don't turn into a crude caricature of a child and suddenly start exhibiting behaviors that have never been witnessed before in their lifetime. This is not the behavior of someone being overwhelmed by a daily task. This is the behavior of someone who is upset that nobody believes them anymore. Most children would take better care of themselves than this. Nevertheless, whether related to the video or not, he kept persisting, and in June, his case was heard once more. After being contacted by New York's Office for People with Developmental Disabilities, his accommodation case was reopened at the request of the Department of Social Services. A few days after the case was reopened, a note appeared on his documents stating that he was bipolar and that he was currently at a hotel. The case was picked up by an individual who had been calling around to see what could be done for Mr. Ditch, and Andrew posted on his meteorology account that he couldn't wait for a group home to help him with his life skills. He states that he hates the fact that he struggles with sensory overload and meltdowns, and that he can't wait to be an asset and a productive member of society. It seems that his attitude had adjusted significantly since the last time people had attempted to find housing for him. Andrew's two sources of support on this matter was someone by the name of Erica, an advocate who we'll talk about more later, and someone by the name of Merrick, a long-standing support support worker for Andrew. Erica seems sympathetic towards Andrew's needs and explains them to the caseworker. Merrick, on the other hand, is more skeptical towards Andrew, sharing that he has a habit of sabotaging attempts to find him group homes, regardless of how they cater to his needs. Interestingly, Erica is under the impression that Merrick is no longer working with Andrew, something that is false, pointing to the idea that someone didn't want this caseworker talking with Merrick and hearing his skepticism. In spite of this, they pressed on, trying to find some sort of suitable housing that would cater to Andrew's very specific needs. Andrew continues to insist that he has the potential to function normally, even sharing a recipe on his Facebook called Coolio's Chicken Marinade Dinner, which I think is just a ripoff of one of Coolio's old cooking recipes.
Lotta diced garlic.
Am I allowed to pimp your house too or no? I'm sorry. All right.
Although this post appeared to show Andrew was cognizant and functional, a few days later, he was described as completely the opposite. When the caseworker reached out to him to talk about scheduling an appointment, Andrew very conveniently regressed again, despite remembering to name drop the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities. The account notes that Andrew became increasingly loud over the phone and interrupted the caseworker, rejecting any forms of help and again asserting that he was autistic, at which point the organization requested to disengage. Despite wanting to appear enthusiastic and willing to live in accommodation, Andrew's Goldilocks complex was preventing him from actually making any progress on finding suitable housing. This was likely intentional, moving the goalposts every time someone seemed close to scoring, and fabricating additional issues with tasks that he didn't struggle with before.
You guys don't talk to my one friend and advocate, Joanne. She can tell you guys do not talk to my one friend and advocate, Joanne, that can tell you that me don't want autism. There's not a medicine out there to help somebody with that. It's only me struggle with all my life with the symptoms that I've been told that I deal with, and you're gonna call me a liar on this stuff? I mean, seriously.
I don't believe that he called you a liar.
No, but it's what is being said by a lot of people.
I can't see Mark Parker calling you a liar.
No.
I can't see myself calling you a liar.
But why would people say that if they believe in something, they could do it? Do you not?
To experts in this field.
Because I talk to people, it's going to get me to know what to do when don't even know how to sing a song. Where's the movie theater and where's the money if me acting?
Andrew is also really obsessed with singing.
What are those things that he thinks me can do and can't do? Do you mind, providing some of that for me?
Sure, you can make a phone call, you can communicate, you can email, you can text, you can record conversations.
That was set up by my phone automatically, but yeah.
You can YouTube, from what I understand, you have a YouTube channel, this is what I was told, some type of social media channel. So those are very higher level of functioning. The fact that you can change your diaper without, is showing your fine motor skills. Within the speech, when you call me, within the messages and within the phone call, you display a speech impediment, but then further in the conversation, you speak totally normal, which is a beautiful thing because, hopefully that those skills can be honed in and somebody can work with you on that.
Andrew continued to push the idea that he was unable to take care of himself, and his baby talk that he had developed, although often fluctuating, would become increasingly prevalent in regular conversation. The problem was that Andrew wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to be infantilized for certain needs, but he also wanted to have the autonomy of an adult for hobbies and work that he was interested in. There was no type of housing that wouldn't come with some strings attached, and he was not ready to accept that. Notes at the start of September indicated that Andrew was only interested in working with the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities and required staff available to deal with his incontinence, something that made finding suitable housing significantly harder. So, in the end, although many people tried to find him a home, his requirements were deliberately impossible to meet, and in spite of the protective orders against him from his family, he decided to go back to them, where all hell broke loose.
So, I know you didn't want anything done, but it's at the point where I'm going to press charges, okay?
Andrew Ditch was always a bit of an unstable person, but as fall 2019 set in, he began to adopt a terminally online approach to covering his life, recording nearly every single interaction regarding his condition and any conflict with those around him, of which there were many.
And if my lawyer, and if my, I just not good. I hate words.
This account has since been deleted, along with many of the videos posted there, but the remains of the channel and the recordings tell a very interesting story.
This is a police report, and this was dated in 10/11/2019. My dad hit me, and he ended up getting not even arrested. He didn't even get any charges on him.
As we know by now, Andrew would contact the authorities if anyone even looked at him the wrong way, and he would regularly provoke his father, wait for him to say something out of pocket, and then start recording. Throughout much of this, Andrew would also contact local law enforcement. Officers would then arrive at his house and then roll their eyes and leave upon finding nothing of substance. This was not a satisfying conclusion for Andrew, and in October, he would up the stakes a little. First, by filing a police report against his father, Tom, claiming that Tom had assaulted him in his truck, and secondly, by poisoning his entire family.
Okay, it's
polyethylene glycol 330/50 USP powder for oral solution.
Huh. Wonderful.
It seems that Andrew's interest in fecal matter went a bit further than just being strictly personal, and on October 18th, he would add a secret ingredient to the family coffee machine, Epsom salts. A significant component of Epsom salts is magnesium sulfate, which, when ingested, has the effect of being a laxative, something that Andrew obviously knew. In fact, he was pretty proud of this, and looking forward to all of the chaos that would be unleashed. It was clear that his family did not see the funny side, and after some investigation, 10 days later, his brother and father were called down to the station, who felt that it was imperative that something be done before the situation deteriorated.
It's not the,
Yeah. Alright.
the laxative
So,
or,
I'm concerned that things are gonna blow and something bad's gonna happen. So what I would like is to get your guys' statements. I don't wanna see you get arrested, okay? And I know that he baits you, and then he starts to record once you get mad. He needs help. Your home is not the right environment for him. It's not good for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get arrested, who's taking care of Janet?
Nobody.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, because he won't take care of it.
What's Andy gonna do to her?
In this interview, Andrew's father shares concerns that this has probably happened more than once before, and that he only recently put the pieces of the puzzle together. Detective Wark also shares information that when Andrew was being interviewed about the incident, he was actually amused by it all, and admitted to doing it multiple times before.
He was the actual one that looked into it after I talked to the officer last week about it. Me and Joe came in, because we kept on wondering why we're sick, and Joe was losing a lot of work and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I says, it kind of dawned on me. I says, Joe's laxative he used when he had the colonoscopy was sitting on the stove. And I says, oh, maybe that's slipping into something. But then when he made the comment and then told, I don't know what's her name, Joanne, that he put it in our stew.
Yeah, you
And
put it in
we
your
ate,
stew?
and then we better be close to a bathroom because I was going to explode and all this other stuff.
I'm not trying to get you against your son, but when he was in here the other night, I watched the body camera footage from talking to Lieutenant and Officer Cruz.
You find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it. And he thinks it's funny.
Hey, oh yeah, he was laughing about it. I asked him about it.
Really?
Well, what
and
happened?
he says he's done it to you before in the past.
Oh yeah, he did it one other time. We used to do it on, I used to do it on one park back in the
told
day.
me- he told-
Everyone in the room is on the same page at this point. They feel Andrew doesn't want to actually improve his situation. So the detective comes up with a proposition that they will arrest Andrew and charge him, but not for the purpose of putting him in a full-blown prison. Instead, for the purpose of using that arrest and potential conviction to mandate transfer to some sort of facility that would provide him with the structure and discipline that he so desperately needs.
My plan is to, and it sucks, to arrest him for this, okay, and get him into possibly mental health court, okay, and then he's mandated to do things, or he sits in the can, and he doesn't want to go back to the whole, that's why he's calling me and he's all in a panic.
It's clear that although there are some reservations within the family who are concerned that this would be a repeat of what happened earlier in the year, where Andrew's time away often led to them being called by various services and facilities who couldn't handle his erratic behavior.
I mean, how was that time when he was in Amherst? How was that time for you guys?
It was hectic with us.
When he was gone?
When he was gone, because the Amherst police kept on calling me.
He won't leave him alone.
24/7 they were calling.
For welfare checks.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah,
we arrested him for it.
Yeah. He was calling when I was walking the dogs in North Tonawanda on the thing, and then I had to come back.
Well, besides the calls, how was it?
I mean,
when Andy wasn't there and he didn't bother us, it was fine. But it wasn't Andy was calling me directly. They were calling my wife, the Amherst police. And my wife
They
says,
don't know.
okay,
Yeah, they don't know what's
because
going on.
ABS and all them they all said, look at Andy is lost. He doesn't know where he's at. He hasn't been fed for days. He doesn't have any food. So they wanted to know if we could supply him the food, take him dinner every night, and so on and so forth. Then they went back to jail for a while, and then when he got out of jail, the thing started on the boulevard. I drove over 3,000 miles this summer just for him, for chasing, because either he was lost, he needed
would have heard him
food,
talking
or
to me.
every time they were calling us, we had to move the stuff out of the motel.
He was playing the autistic game at that point.
But he talked, you should hear
I think
him.
he's given up on that.
I'm not kidding you, I talked to him for probably an hour and a half at least.
It
And
was.
then Officer
It was
Cruz
talking-
talked for another
It was
hour.
the whole thing was an hour 43 minutes.
Then he was talking real clear. And
Yes,
fine. He was doing that to
The
psychiatrists.
only thing,
I know.
Tom, the only thing he can't talk clearly about is how you abuse him. That's
No,
where he
yeah,
runs
oh,
into
yeah.
a brick wall.
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
he can't. He can't.
Because you're not doing it.
But the detective is insistent, underlining Andrew's consistent pattern of behavior, drawing attention to his tendency to turn down living arrangements and harass practically anyone who tries to put some distance between themselves and him. Most notably Erica, who had previously been one of the foremost advocates for Ditch, but who he had now turned to spamming with messages and videos.
Does my plan make sense to you? Because I'm going to talk to the judge. I'm going to say this kid needs to be in mental health court. I want you to really think about this because what he did could have killed you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is no joke. I know you guys don't want him arrested, okay? But
No, we wanted to get him to help, get him to home,
yes,
or
and
whatever.
he is burning all his bridges with the advocates, with the counselors. He's had at least 3 placement homes that he's denied. Like this, is it Erica that was helping him?
Erica.
He burned that bridge
She
hard.
stayed at nights with her at the sister's house.
You know, on Friday, he sent her 67 videos and 101 text messages. And people are having to change their phone numbers.
Yeah.
So we got to do something.
A lot of the conversation over the next hour is related to behavior that we're already aware of, but they provide their statements. And a week later, Andrew is arrested for poisoning his family, being held on 2 felony counts of second-degree attempted assault, 2 counts of third-degree criminal tampering, and a felony charge of aggravated criminal contempt for breaching the order of protection that was in place.
Police in the city of Tonawanda say 34-year-old Andrew Ditch spiked his family's food and coffee with laxatives and Epsom salts. Ditch allegedly sprinkled the substances on food and put laxatives in the reservoir of the family coffee machine.
This incident actually made multiple news sites, including social media. On Facebook, some people shared his side of the story and expressed sympathy for him, including posting a message that Andrew had sent to the Tonawanda city community the year before, accusing his father of being abusive. Andrew himself responds to someone, repeating allegations that he won't go back to the house because it's unsafe, and that he's now in a hotel and loving it. However, another person shares their own personal story, stating that she had come into contact with him on an autism page and that he would share videos of the alleged abuse, but it turned out to be just Andrew abusing his parents. She states that she has 2 autistic children and genuinely wanted to help, but he was just an attention seeker who wanted a diagnosis above anything else. She also mentions that he has harassed pretty much everyone, and if you block his number, he'll just call from other numbers, stating that he's very good with tech. It was a very concise account from someone who had no side to take on someone who wasn't well known at the time. And what this says is that Andrew already had a reputation. To add insult to injury, shortly after this arrest, he attended an autism assessment at the Western New York Center for Children and Families with his mother. This was another thorough evaluation of Andrew, and the physician, Dr. Naylor, reviewed past documents and present behavior to see if a new diagnosis could be reached. However, during the interview, the doctor was, like many others, confused by the inconsistent behavioral patterns presented by Andrew, and how they've only just surfaced in the past few years. He was also bemused by Andrew's use of infantile language language, stating that it is not consistent with autistic tendencies, although further evaluation will be carried out before a conclusion is reached. A few weeks later, the interviewing doctor reaches out to Andrew in a phone call at the start of December, a phone call that he was bound to regret, also mentioning that Andrew had been, again, emailing and calling them repeatedly.
The reason I'm calling Andrew is I'm responding to the emails that you had sent and, phone calls to my administrative assistant.
Yeah.
After we met the first time, when we initially met, you sent me some additional information, or I made copies of previous assessments that you had done by Dr. Santa Maria.
He states that after further evaluation and review, the psychologist concluded that Andrew did not have autism and reaffirms Dr. Santa Maria's diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder. In explaining his rationale, this doctor highlights Andrew's strange use of pronouns and explains that this is more likely to be indicative of something else, which Andrew then takes as well as you would expect him to.
When reviewing other documents that you provided me, and after meeting with you, I'm going to conclude and support Dr. Santa Maria's assessment.
I don't know why everyone says different things.
Why?
I've been told that SPOA denies me every time me go for, a client. I can't get housing.
He published this online and provides additional commentary over the top of it, responding to this doctor in even more detail. It's clear that, again, this doctor found himself in an awkward position where Andrew was attempting to provoke an autism diagnosis, but the doctor simply couldn't go along with that.
So one thing, Andrew, generally people with autism who have difficulty in social situations generally have the ability to change how they are referring to themselves.
Dr. Naylor, if you got the speech reports, you would see that was my anxiety issue. Klonopin resolved that a lot. It's also easier for me to talk with the Klonopin, but I still have a communication problem. You can't use that as a symptom of schizophrenia because there's all kinds of medical documentation stating my speech problem.
The doctor gives Andrew far more time than he should, and even though Andrew says he doesn't care for the autism diagnosis, something that we know to be plainly untrue by this point, you can tell he takes immediate offense when the doctor declines further assessment, stating that he does not have autism.
I understand some things on that where it's similar to autism, but Andy don't want autism. I just want the proper help. I've been denied everything, but nobody will use that diagnosis.
Right. So what I'm going to do is, and the reason why further assessment isn't needed to determine if you have autism is because you don't have autism.
How do you know if we didn't do this test medically? And if you look at the 3DD letter that Dr. Hamilton sent out, she agrees it needs to be done.
The remainder of the call is a pretty painful back and forth, with Andrew regularly talking over the physician as he tries to explain his rationale, only confirming that he was right to deny any autism diagnosis. In his upload, Andrew would again try to make his point from a psychological perspective, which he obviously feels makes his point. But really, it only proves how rehearsed his knowledge on this condition is.
I think that the best thing to do would be to work with your therapist to Horizons and continue.
Order this test. Do you not understand? But Dad, this was last year they tried doing SPOL even from the holding center, and they can't give me help.
People, once you are given a diagnosis on your medical record, doctors tend to always lean towards that diagnosis, even if you don't display the symptoms of that. I have problems with my social and emotional sharing of back and forth. I have problems with back and forth conversations. They're always one-sided. They're always about me and my interests, and I have trouble responding to social interactions.
Andrew is very articulate when he needs to be and when he needs to make a point. However, when he's faced with pushback from higher authority that prevents him from having his way, he immediately lashes out. And like clockwork, 4 days later, he voluntarily admitted himself for depression before being discharged and being moved to a shelter, reportedly because he was feeling unsafe in his home. A few days later, a note of diagnosis came through confirming that he was still diagnosed as schizoaffective, and on Christmas Eve, documents state that they were again going to screen him for housing. And so the cycle restarts.
Some people who have different issues, like schizoaffective disorder, may not see themselves as having these difficulties.
In spite of his reservations from the previous assessment, Dr. Naylor agreed to do a follow-up assessment where he could take a closer look at Andrew and see if he could draw any concrete conclusions regarding a diagnosis. However, despite providing a detailed write-up of the time he spent with Andrew and his performance and tests, the physician declined to make a diagnosis, other than an unspecified anxiety disorder. This is because Andrew had been spamming the doctor with emails, texts, and phone calls, which has clearly colored the psychologist's judgment surrounding Andrew's intent. Later on in the year, Andrew took to Google to write a negative review, accusing Naylor of failing to do a thorough examination and performing a non-approved test that merely tested mental illness, which explains why the doctor reached a similar conclusion to ones drawn by other professionals. The report that Andrew shared himself shows that he did more than that, including a parental interview, but he chooses not to reveal that, instead complaining that he doesn't like tests and is now going to be homeless as he's unable to care for himself, stating that his doctors feel it is an autistic thing. If he somehow has multiple doctors who feel that he is autistic, why does he keep going for evaluations at other places who conclude otherwise? Either he enjoys being a perpetual victim of the system, or he's lying about having multiple doctors on his side. But it's probably both. It's interesting to compare this with another review he published around the end of the previous year, at a time when he was doing everything in his power to acquire a diagnosis, where in a deleted review on a motel, he again complains about his needs not being met, but this time speaks in a juvenile way, saying that he couldn't clean himself after poop diaper. Reading these reviews side by side is like reading reviews from two different people. But that's the kind of person that Andrew is. He will switch his personality to elicit whatever outcome is most favorable for him. It might work on some people, but psychologists deal with this kind of behavior on a regular basis, and many of them can tell when someone is trying to compromise their judgment. If Andrew could just represent his own feelings accurately, he would probably be closer to finding out the truth about the sort of mental conditions he may possess. But he didn't really want the truth. He just wanted excuses for his behavior, and as people refused to validate that, he would only up the ante.
Yeah, until we get that police report done on my dad at the town, at least we got that one. At least the town is willing to work with me.
Andrew was deeply unhappy with Dr. Naylor's diagnosis, probably more unhappy than he had been the first time around, and he continued to protest it, divulging details that don't make his case any more believable.
Hey, Dad, Dr. Naylor said I had no autism even though I scored the same score. Why? Because because why? He was going to misdiagnose me, right? Remember? So Johan Lumakusa has me put Jamie Kraft in the group text with him. And texting a doctor with somebody who has schizophrenia in the group chat. Well, guess what? I asked Dr. Naylor, do I talk like that? That's a crazy man. I don't go talking like that, do I? That's why.
Andrew's logic is impeccable. He wants to stretch the definition of autism to its most extreme lengths so that it can include him, but thinks that he can disprove a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder by weaponizing another person's diagnosis to try and distinguish himself from it. Andrew, have you considered that maybe he's the one with a misdiagnosis? No, of course you haven't, because you can't consider the fact that maybe you are delusional, which is often the point of delusions.
Dad, my doctors say I need that help.
They're all discharging you. You don't see the light.
Why?
You don't see what
Why?
you do. Why they had enough. Once they
Hey, Dad.
out, they're gone.
Hey, Dad.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad. You said to me when I was talking to my caseworker Jennifer that your opinions. That's your opinion, right?
And so is Henry's opinion, but you don't like anybody
else's.
Okay.
Opinion.
You only like Andy's opinion.
Andrew's behavior continued to spiral in reports following his eviction from a shelter after threatening behavior. He ran into traffic and was apprehended and admitted, although he would later say that this was staged as a cry for help. It seems that sincerely asking for help is out of Andrew's wheelhouse.
And Andy used very inappropriate language towards our staff that could be construed as threatening. And If it was on anyone else, we would have discharged him on the spot, but we are not trying to displace Andy any more than he's already been. But we are looking to have him discharged early next week.
His search for housing was still proving fruitless, as reports indicated he was not cooperating with any searches, and his persistent requests to be treated by New York's OPWDD were rejected after they concluded that anecdotal evidence implied he could perform abilities related to functional independence. They also state that there isn't even a qualifying diagnosis, refuting Andrew's claims of autism as unsubstantiated based on previous findings. I don't need to tell you what happened next, although it probably would have happened anyway.
I don't want to work. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. Do you realize how bad that makes you sound?
What, did you want to try?
Yeah. Do you realize how bad it makes me feel when you constantly put me down?
No, we're not putting you down.
You are! You think I'm doing this on purpose! Stop!
More acting out, more aggression, more broadcasting it online. However, the extent Ditch took this behavior to only intensified, which seems insane when you consider that it was already extreme. But if you thought this story couldn't become any more unbelievable, then you probably don't know how these corners of the internet work, especially when Andrew finally started receiving what he wanted so desperately: attention.
I don't want to act anyway. Just teach me how to act the schizophrenic. Please, Mom. You know why I carry my teddy bear, Mom? I gotta try to lie, sorry. It's because he talks to me, he tries to comfort me, and then he yells at me like Dad does. What? I can't even lie, can I?
The objective of the YouTube channels that he was posting onto at this point seemed to be to cast light on the mistreatment that he was receiving at the hands of his family, law enforcement, and anyone else who stood in his way. He would feign capability to perform even the most basic of tasks, but was easily able to use technology to spy on his family and record any conversations they were having, even those to law enforcement, often posting them online without their consent.
I'll tell you, my blood pressure's up, and I'm supposed to have 2 surgeries next month. The doctor's upset, and you want to know why? I says, because Andy's back. Yeah, no. And if you see my house again, it's a cyclone. And I can't even vacuum clean or spend time down there. Last night, Andy wanted to eat dinner in the dark. You guys have to let him back in. Why? Because he has no place to go. Yeah, and Lieutenant... that's his fault.
He seemed to be under the impression that this somehow demonstrated that he was the victim in this dynamic, often providing additional commentary which would serve to further reinforce his points. He believed that if he had control of the narrative, even if it commanded a small following, he would be able to use this to control those in his life, something that he craved so that he could make them cater to his every whim. So he would continue to document his supposed abuse to try and make his parents submit to his will, even if it was as simple as stopping them from playing musical instruments.
What is the address?
Okay, Andy, you need to go and get off out of my room because you're not welcome up here.
I need to get away from you.
It doesn't matter. You either
Get
go
away
outside
from me or I'm going,
or
please.
you sit in the living room while we finish eating, and then we'll be out of your way. We need to go.
No, you say that every
Andy,
single night.
follow
and
instructions.
Until you come up.
No, Andy, get off my bed. You're a bleeder. I don't want you getting contaminated in my bed.
He often emphasizes his disabilities in these videos and repeatedly mentions his autism as a means to explain why he can't do certain things himself. From Andrew's perspective, this was going to work if people genuinely believed he was as mentally challenged as he said he was. Because for someone this incapable of caring for themselves, they surely need the support of a family or group home. But this was compromised by Andrew's lack of sophistication in his schemes, and his nature to overshare, which often showed him to be the manipulative coward that many in his life claimed him to be.
What law tells you that Andy can, that my dad can take a swing at me. What law? This wasn't the day. That was not the day. That was not the day that happened.
Well, I don't want to hear about it.
I want to have my right to due process.
I would say you get some legal assistance.
Stop abusing me. Okay, I want your supervisor, please. I have a legal right to file. Andy wants to grieve against you. I want to grieve against you. You already denying me my right to grieve?
I'll let you fill out a form right here. You can fill it out and then you can leave. How's that? Okay?
Andy wants to have my right to file a grievance against you. Because I'm not getting abused anymore.
I'll give you something to fill out, okay?
I want help and you guys are not helping me.
On one hand, he would be contacting every authority figure available in an attempt to move forward his plans for a group home. Whether this was calling crisis services and 911, complaining about his family using musical instruments, implying that this space wasn't suitable for him, or if it was continuing to harass any caseworkers trying to help him out with housing, telling them that he would not settle for anything less than a group home with his stated specifications, and sending them links to his YouTube channel on the 27th of February to provide evidence of his mental disability. Anyone who followed that link might be pretty disturbed, as 2 days later, he would upload a video announcing that he is pooping himself, where he did, indeed, poop himself.
Gotta relax, I gotta try. Relax, gotta try relax, gotta try relax, gotta try relax, gotta try relax. Gotta try relax, gotta try relax. And I think I'm pooping myself, damn it. I'm pooping myself. I'm pooping myself. I'm breathing. I didn't even know I was recording this.
He claims to not know he was even recording this, so I'm sure he didn't even know he was uploading or titling it either. I'm sure if he was confronted, he would say he was doing this to raise awareness, which I guess he was, just not the kind of awareness he was looking for.
I called the police because when she came downstairs to try to eat, it was so strong and she got that heart problem and breathing problem. I had to put the oxygen on. We asked her to turn it off. He refuses to do that. This morning when we came back from papers, the same thing. Even Joe, you can ask him. He had to go upstairs. We couldn't stand it because we're trying to eat and he can't eat when it smells so bad. I have no idea. You'd have to ask him. He's videotaping us too.
I have a legal right to a lawyer.
Okay. Well,
have a nice day.
Your parents have a legal right to not breathe in fumes in their own house. So I'm asking you to shut the oil diffuser off.
It's for my coping skills. And I don't have to answer to you unless it's a court order for it.
Andy, can you please not? Alright, well, I'll call my lieutenant and see if this fits harassment charges, and if
I'm not doing it to cause anyone to get...
All because your oil diffuser's on. Okay?
I'm not doing it to cause any intent. To cause anybody
it's
harm.
bothering them. It doesn't matter.
And you don't have...
What? Since I walked in the store, you refuse to talk to me like an adult.
Because I don't appreciate how you treat me. You're discriminating against my disability.
Andy, that's fine. You can go to jail then, okay? That's fine.
Arrest me. Throw me in jail.
See if I can. Right?
Throw me in jail for something, Andy.
See if I can.
Arrest me for something I'm trying to do something to calm me down.
Do you want to be quiet? Because you know what? I asked you man to man if you would just turn it down and you refused. So this is what happens.
In mid-March, Andrew was arrested once again by police officers after refusing to turn his oil diffuser off, which his parents had asked him to do, as his mother and his pets don't always respond well to the fumes from the device. Following this, he was evicted from the house, and a temporary order of protection was taken out by his family against him. He took this as well as he always does, and landed himself in the hospital after suffering a head injury. I wonder how he did that.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch!
I'm pooping myself.
In this post, he actually says how much he likes jail and the hospital and how he's doing so well now. He also attempts to explain the dissonance in his behavior, saying that he's much smarter than his parents think, but that he just can't cope with the world due to his severe autism. He states that he didn't want to go back to his parents' house, so after he was released from the hospital, he was moved to a motel. Unsurprisingly, he didn't like this either, so he decided to launch a movement against the local authorities. And although he was never the best at spelling, something about this cardboard sign can't help but feel kind of intentional.
So YouTube knows I'm putting this outside and I'm going to be calling the Collateral police that autism people are abused by police. YouTube Andrew Ditch.
Be sure to like and subscribe, everyone.
I have a legal right, and your other officer can catch you up on that. I have a legal right to food and medicine and clothing that Andy don't have. I have a legal right to have a group home You can't deprive me services that Andy's. I know you guys can't work on group home.
Andrew.
I know they're working on People Inc. today. Because Andy already talked to my psychiatrist earlier. But I'm not going to be deprived of my basic needs by law enforcement when Andy don't even have the ability to cross the street safely, which is why Andy's on this side of the street instead of crossing the street.
Now, there are movements for autistic people to receive better treatment when being dealt with by the police, but Andrew doesn't really care about that. He just wants to be the center of attention. It's funny how he doesn't feel overwhelmed by organizing a protest, but still can't seem to cook or clean for himself. This purposeful protest is ended quickly by the cops, but Andrew is not done. This time, he decides to enter the social justice sphere by launching TC, standing for Team Coolios, Abuse Prevention Community Advocacy Group, a group that is designed to prevent abuse towards adults and children with or without mental disabilities. So, just preventing abuse in general. I think there are already a lot of organizations dedicated to this, so this isn't the most original idea.
Hi guys, I am Andrew Ditch. I am the creator of Team Coolios. That is team as in football team, Coolios as in Coolios, one of my many made-up words. Abuse Prevention at gmail.com. Go ahead and search this channel on YouTube. You should find it underneath my name, Andrew Ditch. I will provide multiple links and Facebook groups.
Andrew, you did not come up with the word coolio. Not as an adjective, not as a noun. This word has been in usage for longer than you've been alive. His intentions also become pretty clear by the second half of the video.
I ask that you provide me a resource and a team. I will create a Facebook group, community group, to prevent this from happening to the next person. And I'm going to be providing this all on a community-based support advocacy. It is where everybody advocates for one another.
He wants to create a veneer of a community who advocate for each other so he can receive people's unconditional support with the expectation that he will do the same for them. He doesn't want professional advocates who might actually not feel comfortable enabling his behavior. He wants a whole crowd of people gathered around him telling him that he is valid, and he wants to use that as leverage. He also probably thought that if he actually set up an advocacy group, he'd just be able to work on his own case and force his way into a group home. As a Facebook post from around this time simply read, "Group home, yes." He also sent another email to mental health services threatening legal action if he didn't receive help, stating that he needs assistance and privacy due to his sensory problems and hygiene issues. He then shared another phone call with a psychiatrist where he ranted at her over his previous diagnoses, setting up bizarre straw men of reasons given to him in the past.
I'm smart. I deserve help. And then to be put down like you're over 18, autism for babies, constantly degrading me like that. Do it yourself. And then he expects me to put my own self and safety by cooking or not knowing how to cook properly. Very smart, very potentially very good at cooking, but Annie needs help. Really, you could give me something to Annie been denied, insurance denied the Dr. Simria second assessment because ADHD and schizophrenia cannot go together. And I don't have the symptoms as schizophrenia. Whatever bipolar is, ADHD, autism is, and I don't understand those way that is written. But I know I don't see things, hear things, or things that are not there. Because
so you've been diagnosed with some disabilities. What have you been diagnosed with? Have you been diagnosed with autism?
That's where I'm so confused, like, what is wrong with me?
Andrew's persistent nature does not help him because it's so clear that every piece of information given to any authority has to be filtered through him. No clinician is going to take these sorts of phone calls as evidence because half of it is Andrew twisting the reality to create new pretenses that will reaffirm his pattern of thinking. Another note written around the same time states that he will be recording all conversations as he will not be denied services anymore, and he is taking legal action against his providers for what he says is medical misconduct. He informs them that he will be representing himself and that he has no option until he is recognized by the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities. Unfortunately, this recognition would not come for Andrew, as at the start of April, after being sent for review again, it was again concluded that he was not eligible, with his autism diagnosis still being deemed as unsubstantiated. His response was as expected.
So everybody knows what medications were thrown out. EpiPen for bee stings, again the bee stings thing, my GI bleed medications, my antibiotic cream, just antibiotic cream, the old one. Throughout these medications, including my Zofran and stomach medicines and my Tylenol and my migraine medicine and my allergy medicines. My dad can keep my breathing medication because Andy don't have my inhaler yet. He refuses to get that for me. I don't even care anymore because Andy just wants away from him. Please allow my dad to withhold a medical device. These are my weights to my vest that Thomas Ditch has. Okay, add some food in here because Andy don't want food either. Andy don't want things from my dad. I don't want anything anymore. I don't want my dad to be my waiter because Andy has a disability and is in need. I don't want my dad anymore. Way he treats me. Way Andy is treated by police.
Andrew's content continued to dive to new depths as he recorded himself living in squalor, soiling himself, and complaining about various basic tasks that he had never struggled with in the past. One of these videos was simply called My Struggle, which, hey, to each their own, but I don't think Andrew wants to be associated with the phrase My Struggle.
First of all, there's a pad, there's what I did for one laundry thing. That's why you look into my room. I really have a hard time organizing things. That's my bed. I don't have any help changing my sheets. There's blood there. And there was one time that was peed. I don't have any idea how to really organize my room.
It was also around this time he called the police and falsely claimed he had killed 10 people.
I mean, I guess I'm a pretty sick guy.
With the intent to have himself locked up in prison, which he views as his favorite group home.
Hi, I killed 10 people.
What?
I killed 10 people on Buffalo East Side.
And where are you?
Now you can take me into jail and I don't have any freedoms.
I am going to admit guilt. You can arrest me, and you already know my it's on YouTube as well. I killed 10 people in Buffalo just to try to get a group home, and you know I didn't do anything.
Andy, when did you do that?
I didn't have any means or any way there, but I'm admitting guilt because there's murders that are unsolved, just so I can get that group home and permanent housing and my needs met.
You haven't left the town.
It was around this time he began to receive what he had so desperately wanted for years, attention. But it wasn't the kind of attention he wanted. Towards the end of April, the first dedicated account to documenting Andrew pops up, Andrew Poopy Pants Ditch, which published a video titled Andrew Ditch Fakes Autism. In the minute-long video, a clip is published of Andrew's dad, Thomas, on the phone with a social worker, where he references the commonly held belief that Andrew is faking his autism. This channel began to serve as a log for evidence that appeared to contradict Andrew's claims, including many videos that Andrew had uploaded himself, where he could communicate very well, showing that much of this behavior seemed to be a reactive development to a persistent failure to acquire a diagnosis. Andrew's fickleness in many of his schemes was coming back to bite him, and for much of his behavior, there was no way to spin it. The documents, the phone calls, the uploads, they spoke for themselves.
I don't have help in remembering to take my medications. I have my pads here that I had my dad help me with. I have food here I forget to eat because I don't have the ability to feel hunger. I just started eating because I felt like maybe my blood sugar was getting low because I don't remember to eat. If my blood sugar is getting low and I feel better after eating a little bit, there's something wrong.
Andrew was gaining a reputation, with everyone working with him well aware of his destructive temperament. He'd been consistently kicked out of motels and discharged from hospitals when they realized that there was nothing that could be done to help him.
So you're gonna allow me to possibly get hit by a car, which has been almost done on YouTube and everything? I can't take my medicine properly. My dad refuses to help me with anything. There's no shelter option, there's no 211, there's no DSS option. Andy was placed here by DSS. Let me leave, please. I have a legal right to go, and it's malpractice because I'm unable to care for myself. I have no money, no food, no medicine.
He has money, he has food.
In one of his most damning assessments in May 2020, a psychiatrist tears into Ditch, stating that his agenda is just to seek housing, and that the only real cause of distress is the rejection from his family. They say that his baseline functioning is in fact remarkable for someone with extreme regression, and he is chronically sabotaging any attempts to find stable housing. The psychiatrist also states that he is using many of these behaviors to avoid responsibility, and reveals that he admitted that he wasn't actually thinking of taking his own life. He just wanted to use it as an excuse to find somewhere to stay.
Get me help. You guys have 6 months from today, or Andy's refusing everything. Get me a group home. I am not moving.
This assessment results in a diagnosis of malingering, which is when someone pretends to be mentally ill to avoid responsibility, and it also included a secondary diagnosis of borderline intellectual functioning and antisocial personality disorder. It's not normal to hear a psychiatric report be so personally damning, but it was also the most factual representation of the situation. And with this recommendation, Andrew was then released to a shelter, then another shelter, which he was removed from after exposing himself.
Let me explain. You remember why you got kicked out of the COVID shelter? Why they wouldn't let you back in there?
Yeah, because of my sensory problem and my inability to take showers or a hygiene issue, yes.
No, that was not it.
That was not it.
You were asked to leave that shelter because you were exposing yourself.
No, I was not.
And you were videotaping.
Wow. You really need to go back to investigating that then.
He also reports to the police that he's killed 10 people, which brings his total kill count to 20.
You can arrest me now. I killed 10 people, right?
Nope, I didn't have to have witnesses and evidence.
There's unclaimed murders. You can arrest me now.
I'm good.
This would increase to 30 in June.
Want to arrest me for it?
Why would I want to arrest you? Why did you call and say that?
I will have my attorney contact you.
No, you're going to keep this store open right now.
Why?
Because I don't know why you said that. That's why.
I don't have to. I don't consent to searches or seizures.
I really don't care what you do right now. Right now, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have called state police and said, why would you say that you killed 10 people?
Look at my living arrangement.
Which would eventually result in him being charged.
It just says here about falsely reporting an incident. So you called the police station to report something that didn't happen.
In June, Andrew would also take to the Q&A website Quora to post multiple questions asking for help regarding his case. Eventually, one of them actually got some attention, a post in which he shares that he needs help to deal with the abuse and neglect that his parents and providers inflict upon him, before plugging his YouTube channel, complaining about his family again, and stating that he needs a group home. Unfortunately, the knowledge of Andrew Ditch's antics hadn't really reached Quora, so a lot of people sincerely engaged with the question, providing advice and referring him to resources and services that may be able to help. Of course, Andrew was aware of all of this. He was just fixated on one outcome, having all of his needs catered to. So he would use Quora multiple times over the coming years to validate his fantasies. Any actual help would be counterintuitive to Andrew's desires.
Mom, this is abuse of medical providers, and you were a nurse. You're also a mandated reporter. Under the mental legal hygiene law, I have a legal right to have help when Andy needs help with taking care of my basic ADLS. That's why Mercy's in trouble. I don't want money, I just want help learning. If you don't want to help me, discharge me. I'd rather be quiet in a hotel room without being around beeps and everything.
In spite of this, people still attempted to support Andrew, but at every point they were met with resistance, mostly from Andrew himself, who was quite comfortable in his current situation. He doesn't really want to deal with these people. The only people he wants to deal with are those who have consistently rejected him. Everyone else is below him, and he makes those feelings very apparent.
Tiger County 911, where is your emergency?
I am being stalked, harassed, and intimidated by a Ram pickup, color white. His name is Thomas Ditch. He's my father. And my brother Joseph Ditch. I do not want him near me.
Stop! So you know who this person is?
Yes, and I do not want him. I got out of the vehicle because... Stop! No, I have a right to complain, sir.
Stop! Let me ask the questions.
So I'm allowed to be harassed and intimidated, right?
Let me ask you the questions. If you want to speak to an officer, you need to let me answer the question.
Well, you're denying me help then because I'm trying to tell you what's going on.
Listen to my question.
Then answer them, piece of shit, pig.
It's very possible that he's aware the OPWDD will always reject him, and instead is just using this fact to fuel his perceived helplessness, while making the lives of those who are trying to help him significantly worse. At the end of July, he was taken to a hospital for an evaluation, for which he made his dissatisfaction known, requesting to be transferred to Niagara Falls.
Everywhere I go is the denying me help. Please just help me. This is not normal for me, this feeling.
What do you want to do?
Andy, we got someone to come over.
What?
The police are going to be coming over.
In interviews with the police, staff who had to deal with him throughout many of the recent months make their feelings on his dishonesty quite clear, acknowledging that he is more than capable of what he claims. This really offended Andrew, who was obviously upset that his behavior was that easy to see through.
Andy is capable of much more than he states, which is why he isn't qualified for the different services that is available.
Yeah, he is under the impression that he qualifies for a group home. He does not. That his behavior is purposeful.
Behaviors are purposeful. I'm gonna be suing you now.
Yeah, he's just a mess. So he will do this. I mean, obviously, watch what you say with him recording and stuff, because you will be on YouTube later today if you want to check. Yeah, I would just send him on his way. He's not being neglected by anyone. He was just on a rampage already first thing this morning. I heard Shannon talking to him.
The second clip I just showed was from Denise, an APS worker. Andrew seemed very vexed by her comments, so a few days later, he attempted to discharge himself, making threats over the phone.
Hello?
If you want me to eat poop, I need you to subscribe to my channel.
Look, I gotta go.
Wait a minute, I'll give you until July 4th.
Wait, sorry, I think I got my files mixed up on that one. Sorry, this should be the right one.
I have a legal right for discharge, and I'm demanding it, or I'm going to be bringing some very bad people with me to DSS.
What does that mean?
I think you guys are going to be very shocked what I mean by that. I don't want any more services, please.
Is that a threat?
It is a promise if I don't get service, if I don't get discharged.
Before then making another call and requesting to be put in jail for making threats.
Adult Protection, this is Katie.
I just threatened you guys, can I go to jail now, and can I have my discharge?
Okay, one moment.
Andrew presents this guise of wanting to go to jail. This is reported because he allegedly likes the structure, but if he wants to go to jail for a long time, he has options. Instead, he opts for these sort of diet choices that will probably end up with him being slapped with some fine or spending the night in a holding cell. It sends the message that he actually doesn't want to go to big boy jail, he just wants to be a diva and a Karen with occasional trips down to the station. It's intentionally provocative behavior that pushes the boundaries of everyone around him, but never crosses that line into proving beyond reasonable doubt that he's a danger to the general public. Those who are his most common targets are the people who are least likely to take action. His family, who feel bad holding him accountable, the police, who don't want to deal with his bullshit, and care workers who probably deal with genuinely volatile people on a daily basis. Andrew knows this, and he knows it's none of these people's nature to actually want to see him locked up. So he exploits it and enjoys it under the impression that nobody will take serious action.
A Walmart employee questions my hanging up on my dad, who was causing me issues, and I didn't want to argue with him. Don't hang up on me. I'm like, I'm not even talking to you. Freaking.
He's seen the police so many times that he's not even afraid of them anymore. However, without any pushback, Andrew resolved to only push further and further.
I know I have AUTONEPIOPHILIA.
Wait, what?
Andrew had made less and less of an attempt to hide his fetishes behind a mental illness, and his obsession with fecal matter was only featured more prominently in his content. However, in September, he took this one step further, uploading a video where he smeared actual feces throughout his room before calling a police dispatcher, informing them that he would be organizing another protest due to the state of his care, and also bringing up that he had recently redecorated his room.
Never needed a diaper ever before, so guess what? This is what my hotel looks like. Never needed a diaper before. I'm checking out.
The Department of Health is coming to this hotel room today because Andy put poop on the wall and door because I'm sick and tired of this stuff, and at least it relaxes me touching poop. I actually enjoy touching it, but I fake autism. I fake it.
You enjoy touching the poop on the door?
Well, I actually find it a sensory calming thing. It's like warm Play-Doh.
I'm done.
No! By this point, Andrew's behavior wasn't just gross and perverse, it was complacent and unconcerned. He no longer feared the consequences of his actions. In fact, he enjoyed showing disrespect to anybody who actually tried to help him, because the only form of support he would accept was the enabling type.
I used to work in children's systems. We were able to get medical staff to contact, medicate, and advocate why something had to be done one way or the other. So I don't know if you guys do that. If you do not, then we would take a letter and go to Medicaid and say, can we have this accommodation? Okay. But sometimes I usually advocate for medical officers to do it because you have the credentials. I do not. Yeah. So that's why I'm always hesitant to proceed. But that doesn't mean we won't. Once you write the letter, it's still a valid verification.
There were still people who were doing this, mostly unintentionally, particularly for advocates who were trying to help him out with his self-described incontinence and false pleas for housing and help. There seemed to be an ever-changing roster of people who offered their services. But Andrew feigns interest and then otherwise disregards the help, and then only indulges his toxicity further and further.
Yeah, and you left me. And you left me the first time. Okay, Andy just needed a ride to the hotel, I told you. Okay, but or back to your station.
We're not taking you to the station.
Andy my hotel is back that way where I was walking.
Okay, but you never asked for a ride back.
Yes, I did. It's on recording, sir.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you ask anybody for a ride for your
Andy even went to your window and your other officer's window.
Okay, well, listen.
That's why you're a pig. I have a right to my phone.
This is not good.
I have a right to my phone.
This is not good. You gotta sit down.
I have a right to my phone. Can I have my phone, please?
You're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hurt.
Why? Because I want my phone.
You spit on it. This is why you can't get the help you need, because
I want my phone.
You're being mean to people.
It's not.
We're trying to help you. You're spitting on it.
It's against the Fourth Amendment right to refuse
you're about to be arrested and go to jail, Andy.
You'll arrest me.
Is that
At
what you
least
want
my
to do?
needs are met then.
In jail?
Yeah.
That's how we're gonna meet your needs. Sitting in a jail cell.
I just want my phone.
You gotta stop, Andy.
In October, Andrew was detained following threats to bomb the social services building, which sounds like a pretty serious threat to make, but then he was released before immediately fabricating an attempt on his own life again and broadcasting it online.
Dude, I am done. I want help. I don't want to suffer anymore. Take an overdose.
He was also beginning to involve himself more in YouTube hostilities, attacking people who he claimed were cyberbullying him.
They harass people who have autism, who are different, who are lesser. They make fun of people who are gay, lesbian, transgenders. But yet they want to be respected by other people because they're different race.
Although the interest in his case was still limited to a few channels and commenters, it was clear that word was spreading, with a comment on his Quora thread appearing in November warning people about his intent and his obsession with autism. At the end of October, he would acquire what he proclaimed was an autism diagnosis, although it would be deemed inadmissible by the OPWDD as it was considered not comprehensive enough, which is ironic given the assessments Andrew had accused in the past of being too surface level. Around this time, he began to defend this diagnosis and attack everyone else who accused or even implied that he was malingering.
You guys can make it very difficult for me to get OPWDD services because a lot of you guys who are bullying me have ties with doctors and doctors and doctors and state of people. It's just sick what you guys are doing to me. And you know what? I don't care because there's nothing you can do anymore. I have autism and there's nothing more you can do about it.
By now, awareness of Andrew's delinquency seemed to be widespread throughout the mental health community in Erie County, with many institutes and professionals rightfully regarding him as an unreliable source on his own mental state. The fact that Andrew was able to take care of himself seemed to be an open secret, but everyone seemed reluctant to act out of fear of potential consequences, which meant that only one man could act without fear.
I need help getting my stuff on because I can't get up.
Then where are you going to go?
I don't give a f. You don't want to help me or abusing me.
It's not that I don't want to help you. The doctor is busy, and they'll be up here as soon as they can, but you have to be...
Yeah. I can't sleep. You tell the doctors to be in pain.
I've already told them to come, and they said they'll be here as soon as they can. You just have to be patient.
It's okay. I'm doing it. I've been in pain all night, and he can't do for me.
And as he intensified his online campaign, he began to attract more eyes than ever.
Hey guys, welcome to my hospital room that I'm still in, and I won't be going anywhere pretty soon. I can turn the light on so you guys can see my room. Still in my room, am I? Still in a private room, pet room, being paid by your taxpayers' money. Try this. We'll see what happens with this video.
Andrew's arrogance only made him an even more unbearable person, especially when he seemed to be actually benefiting from his obstinance. It's behavior that will draw its critics, even if his content was watched by practically no one, because if there's one thing people hate more than a bad person, it's a bad person doing well. And throughout the start of 2021, his behavior veered even more into the criminal. He would make another very clear bomb threat towards social services over a phone call while trying to cancel his disability benefit, claiming that he was, in fact, not disabled.
What is your rationale?
What?
What is your rationale for that? Why would you do that?
I have a legal right, sir, and I'm pleading a fifth.
That's not a real reason. What is your reason?
I am not disabled, sir. I want to cancel it, and I don't want to have my benefits, please. I have a legal right, and
Are you
depriving me my civil rights, sir? I don't have a place to live, and I don't want to live in an apartment. I need a group home, and you're depriving me my right to cancel my services, which is against the law, sir.
I'm not scared of this in any way, shape, or form. You can keep threatening me with it, but I really...
Maybe I'll walk down there because I'm not too far away, and I'll put a bomb in your door steps.
Sir, it's not in your best interest to cancel your benefits.
And I don't care if it is or not. I don't want it.
And that's why you have a baby.
In these phone calls, he regularly comes across as a more aggressive, unpleasant Karen, and a couple of weeks later, he would carry out his idea of speaking to the manager. He called the FBI, making allegations of police misconduct.
The police have been antagonizing me and my family for the last 3+ years because I have special needs and I'm developmentally disabled. Because my family only needs like one police officer to come talk to help diffuse the situation when I get in a sensory overload or meltdown. Because my family are seniors and I don't have any other place that is safe or viable, and the police have been putting me in danger. Unfortunately, the city, town, and police don't believe I need help. I don't qualify for services right now, and these arrests are preventing me from getting services because OPWDD is pretty much not want to help me because of it. And because of this, I would like to file a complaint and actually charges on the police department.
He would post all of these videos and audios online, not just with a complete lack of self-awareness, but also with a sense of entitlement, trying to throw his weight around as a performative crybaby. This was definitely a unique brand of degeneracy, and with that comes a unique brand of interest stemming from fringe creators and archive channels, who often decided to provide context to his behavior.
I'm not going to feed into your guys's saying my skin infection is from my diapers, my sitting in my poop all day long and everything. Do you know how childish you are trying to get me to give in to you guys?
By 2021, there was a small but dedicated set of people who were committed to documenting Andrew's actions. These channels comprised what some consider the Andyverse, and unfortunately, many of them have since been closed due to violations of Google's terms of service and copyright claims from a certain third party.
Look, Andrew Ditch the Poop Squash has 87 strikes of content abuse and content and abuse on his channel. How many strikes does the other bullies have Oh, I have 0, by the way.
However, by this point, Andrew was far less subtle in how he dealt with channels that shone light on his malingering. In the new year, he created an army of accounts to fight the good fight for his cause, joining comment sections and arguing with creators and commenters who were critical of him. Most of the evidence of this has since been erased, although one channel that was covering him at the time did create call-out videos explaining what he was doing.
You know, guys, I don't even have to prove anything to you guys. I don't know why I do it, but I'm doing it.
Despite regularly posting on YouTube, Andrew's grasp on how online attention manifests was shaky at best, and instead of recognizing that these were online spectators who were repulsed by every fiber of his being, he assumed that they were his family members and proceeded to dox all of them in a video.
Maybe if Juice didn't act unprofessional, she wouldn't have been reported. Well, wait, you reported her? Yeah. We all know who you are. And it's going to come down to it where you guys are going down.
It was already obvious that his family were fairly unfamiliar with online communities and technology in general, so this was either Andrew acting extremely paranoid, or it was just him using it as an excuse to dox his family. However, any misconceptions that Andrew had about the identity of these haters would soon be corrected as they became more vocal in their disdain for him.
Fake user Mike, good. Not the whatever your name is. Why did you delete this comment off of my channel? Why? Because it's not true, is it? So I just questioned you in that. You're going on YouTube with this video. It doesn't even deserve a comment.
Yo, bitch, I still ain't finished. I'm about to go to Cali and put a hit on your ass and throw you in the ditch.
Now, some of these guys were also a bit unhinged. To be invested in Andrew this much, you kinda have to be. Shout out to me. But these people would also spend time creating videos on all of Andrew's social media. And by April, he was growing aware of his own infamy and decided to double down his attempts to fight for his reputation. This mainly included 2 routes. The more basic route, which was to baselessly attack people and claim they are all people who knew him, or attempt to build an alliance with other targets. One of these other targets was a person by the name of Dragon Lord Frodo, an online figure from New York State who shared a few similarities with Ditch. According to one user, Dragon Lord Frodo was a man who would regularly frequent forums, share photos of his oversized man boobs, and talk about his rather disgusting life in too much detail, which included his sex life, his family life, and his therapy. He's also had run-ins with the law and is, or was, terminally online. The poster says he's developmentally disabled, but not stupid, so it's not hard to see the parallels that people draw between himself and Ditch, with some people even calling him an Andy Ditch clone. Anyhow, it appears that someone drew some comparisons between the two, and when Andrew saw this, he decided it was time to build a bridge, posting a video in April pledging solidarity to his comrade.
Michael, if you're watching this video, I suffer for the same things that you are suffering from. I'm on medicine that helps me with my communication problem.
Andrew also speaks directly to Dragon Lord Frodo's mother, telling her that she should stop making unreasonable demands of her son, such as telling him to get a job.
Can I please offer you, as a mom, one, talking slow like you are doing with your son and being patient like you are is great. It will help him understand things. But don't try forcing him to work. Don't try forcing him to do things that he's not comfortable doing. He's not mentally able to like me in a lot of ways. Sorry for knowing my gift of facts to try to help another person.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Now open your eyes.
It's good that this advice is coming from someone as professional as Andrew, and I'm sure Dragon Lord Frodo's mom is gonna take it to heart and stop demanding her son have a job or be a productive member of society. Then again, maybe Dragon Lord Frodo can end up just like Andrew, a shining example to all of those around him. How was that going, by the way?
Don't think I don't have witnesses at Erie County Department of Social Services when you interfered with my getting ambulance in February of 2020. Don't remember that, do you? I played dumb with your smart-ass black because I didn't want to know you because you're trouble.
If I was in the trenches, that's the kind of man I would want beside me.
A lady named who lives in whose phone number is right there, who is harassing me, calling me a fat baby, and all these other things that she says about me. And you know what? I don't care what she calls the police on or not. I have enough on her.
Around this time, he also made further allegations regarding the identity of his critics, now alleging them to be from a family he knew. The person he targeted was Terry, who coincidentally had commented on a Facebook post about his arrest for poisoning his family. In the comment section, Terry called Ditch a ticking time bomb. One thing you'll notice is that Andrew has a very good memory when he needs to, and although these comments were made over a year and a half prior, it's very likely he still held a grudge against them. And in this video, he publishes a dox of her phone number, which he had already posted in a comment section around the time.
I don't even want to look at him like that. And his one nut hangs lower than the other, and he doesn't know why. And you wanted to see my one testicle, why it was like it was. And he undressed me several times, and I don't want to be doing that. I didn't give him permission to undress me. I have autism.
In another video, he accuses Terry's husband of sexually assaulting him when he was fixing their computer. Now, normally such allegations would be treated with the seriousness and sensitivity they deserve, but Andrew has already proven that he doesn't really view his words or actions through the lens of their consequences. So to him, this is probably as meaningful as a McDonald's order.
I'm pooping myself. I love pooping myself. First of all, where's my chest hair? And you were right, Mom. The breasts are out of alignment. And this isn't me.
This didn't really help his case though, as the negative reception to these videos continued to grow, as well as the coverage from other channels who viewed his actions with the indifference that it deserved, turning him into a laughingstock for those who were invested, even for people who had worked with him.
Oh, hi Andy, it's Joanne. I really hope that you record this and upload it. I'm certainly not the people making the videos or doing the bullying, but I'll tell you, they're very creative and talented. It's providing great entertainment, especially during COVID when you can't go to comedy clubs or movies. So I hope they continue on. I give them a lot of kudos and praise for their video abilities, splicing, photoshopping. Great job, guys.
Andrew's growing consciousness over his past content and people's nature to re-upload it led him to new measures, so he brought back an old friend. Antonin Dovchenko was a Russian lawyer who coincidentally had the same initials as Andrew. He had previously visited Andrew when he was staying at a motel. Now, this story was recited to Andrew's former advocate Erica as an excuse to why he couldn't be moved to supported housing. This time around, Andrew retained Antonin's services to do some sleuthing on his behalf. This lawyer comments on a re-upload asking if it had been made private before that moment. Of course, it wasn't a private video. In fact, Andrew put hashtags in the original upload in an attempt to bring attention to it, before removing it when he realized how bad it made him look. But here, Andrew seems to be planting seeds to try and make the case that these people who are re-uploading his content are invading his privacy, possibly through this fake lawyer so he can make veiled threats, while taking down content that might affect his chances of finding treatment, which he was still dead set on, even calling the CEO of an organization directly to try and accelerate his case.
Remember all the stuff you sent to the West Seneca regional office?
Yeah.
They're probably responding to all that paperwork sent. That's probably what it is, Andy.
Well, here's the evidence that they have reviewed. 3/12/2019, they have ECMC medical records, Dr. San Maria records. But when this process first started, I didn't have any way of doing it. My providers were doing that.
It really didn't help that Andrew had practically ruined all of his relationships with previous advocates, including those who had worked very hard to fight for his case. As reports had shown, he had lied and manipulated these people at will, and then proceeded to harass them when they woke up to his malicious acts. One of the most involved advocates was Erica, who I've already mentioned a few times. But towards the end of May, Andrew posted an email that she had sent him stating that she had acquired an order of protection against him and requested that he stop harassing her immediately. Note that Erica had ceased contact with Andrew in fall of 2019, so this was now a whole 2 years since they had last spoken. Judging by the email, Andrew had been accusing Erica of creating online aliases to hate on him, not appreciating the fact that maybe these accounts didn't even have to know him to hate him. This upload in particular is pretty damning, as Erica lists everything she did for him and how he responded, telling Andrew that he fired everyone she found for him him, accused her of forgery, and then threatened to call the cops on her. She says he has been spreading malicious lies about her and her family, and she's had to sit quietly by while he maligned her name. Nearly 2 years of this behavior, and as much as people online were right to hold Andrew accountable, most of the time it was people he could swing at who would feel the fallout of it. Andrew's obsession with being a perpetual victim was only creating more real victims in his own world. In this email, Erica also discloses that she has filed a complaint against the organization working with Andrew for violating her privacy and falsely accusing her of orchestrating cyberbullying activities. I think it's important to stop and take a moment to recognize Andrew's pattern of behavior of often using and abusing women who are sympathetic to his situation. Many of these advocates are in this business solely for the purpose of helping people. It's not a lucrative occupation. You work with often difficult people to try and help them function, and your outcome has to be more trusting and optimistic, at least than people like me. Andrew takes people with that outlook, takes advantage of them, and then tries to break them in any way he sees fit. After showing viewers this email, he then doxes Erica and highlights her place of work and her phone number. He also shows a message which pretty aptly describes exactly what he's doing. I'm not sure what point he's even trying to make here, other than trying to build a legal case, and posting about it online would compromise that anyway. The implication here is that Erica is somehow causing all of the chaos. But even his most fervent advocate, Juice, admits it's mostly being precipitated by Andrew's actions.
I feel that if you would just stop with the internet, we probably wouldn't have gotten investigated. But I understand that you're lonely. I understand that you like it. I understand that there are things that are good on the internet, with the pieces that you're interested with, the weather and all that other stuff, right? But the problem is you have picked yourself above everyone's safety.
However, with the continuous accusations from Andrew that all of these accounts making fun of him were from people he knew, some people did begin to troll, pretending to be people from his life, which he would at least seem to take at face value. Another advocate, named Joanne, tried to explain this to him, but he either didn't care or he refused to grasp it.
I said I couldn't do a Photoshop if I wanted to. I don't know how to do Photoshop. You know that. These people are sophisticated on the computer to be making videos. Whoever they are, they're taking your information that you post and they get you confused to where you don't know if you posted it. But you do post it, Andy. Go back and look. And the minute you post it, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Even if you take it down, they know how to do this thing they call re-upload.
Yeah.
And you have to take it down. They get their hands on it.
He would continue to make bizarre accusations while his real-life behavior spiraled, particularly related to his feigned incontinence. I'll spare you the details, but there are a lot of bodily fluids involved.
Hey guys, yes, this is blood, but I also have wet pee in there. I had to throw it out. Sorry, Dad. I also had a little accident on the way to the bathroom, and I wasn't wearing a diaper because Dad wanted to just try to please you so you don't have to worry about me wearing diapers.
When he wasn't defecating everywhere, he was crashing out in front of everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone.
All right, you're appearing in court August 27th. Okay?
I don't consent to that. I don't.
Consented? Okay.
I don't have.
Then a warrant will probably be out for your
I don't have any other options.
Upon being served a court summons and being asked to leave a park, he begs to be taken to the hospital, repeatedly stating that he has autism and that he's unable to take care of himself.
Why are you allowing me to go through the abuse and neglect of my father? Why is my father allowed to name call me? Why is my father allowed to do this to me?
Get you out of Naiwana. And you know that.
I don't want to be abused anymore.
We're not talking about abuse. I'm here to get you out of Naiwana Park.
I have a skin infection. I have autism. I'm unable to care for myself. You know there's no 211 option. You don't even call to even try to advocate for that right. Or October 2019, when you falsely accused me for poisoning my family when I never did. I was just repeating my dad's words. And you know what? How did that work out for you? Yeah, well, guess what? I can sue your fat ass, and you could be arrested for depriving my rights. I never did such thing.
All right, Andrew. Well, this is July 2021, so get over it and get out of the park.
Where am I going to go?
He goes through multiple different techniques, including repeating allegations of abuse, quoting the law to the officers, insulting them, and in the end, making a threat on his own life. But when the cops appear pretty unfazed, he decides to take the threatening route.
You're in violation of so many laws. You know, I hope to God You guys, I know where you live, you know.
Is that a threat?
No. I know where you live.
Let's think about that. Is that a threat, Andrew?
No, I never threatened you.
Go on, Andy. Stand on business. Admit it.
Truth is,
I'm pooping myself. No, I never threatened you. I'm recording you. I'm recording you. Why would I never said I was going to threaten you. Am I free to go? To be hit by a car because I can't take care of myself? And I have trouble with my disability?
Of course, he withdraws this before actually being held accountable because he doesn't want to end up in prison. But it's a great little showcase of the shallowness of his manipulation. Andrew's videos might mean something if they existed in a vacuum. If he had never met these officers before, their indifference might bother some viewers. Andrew tries to plant the seeds to highlight their inaction by claiming that the officer has known about his abuse, even though he clearly never agrees to that sentiment. However, with the context, you'd probably say that the officers are very, very tolerant of his persistent provocations.
You don't want to take the police complaints at all seriously. You don't want to
There's not enough. So here's our thing. Our job is...
Yeah, it's never found
Andy,
it, right?
listen,
It's
our
never
job is...
found it, is it? It's never found it! You please leave. I don't want to be abused anymore. I'm asking you to help me. You can't help me get out of this house. You're going to be on YouTube, and I'm asking you.
I am not safe here.
I feel bad about doing
Officers out of your house. I will have somebody give you.
I feel so bad about doing this, but I have rights.
You're too stupid. You're useless. You're a piece of shit. You heartless son of... How do you like being called that? That's what my dad does to me daily, and you guys don't call that abuse?
Andrew had always harassed the cops, but over the next couple of months, his behavior toward them would only escalate in its disrespect, especially as he was continuously turned down by institutions that he sought validation from, including the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities, which he was turned down by twice.
A diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder is not supported based on a review of all documentation submitted. A careful review of records from the developmental period and multiple assessments and opinions offered both as a child and adult do not support the presence of autism spectrum disorder.
Shortly after the first rejection, Andrew contacted a random woman on Facebook who he believed to be related to a police officer who had recently dismissed his claims.
I don't want autism. I've been severely depressed for being diagnosed with autism and being in diapers. I don't want to ask for help because of the way I am treated.
Later that month, he pulled down his pants in front of a cop.
You can't even say that it's adequate for me.
Too much. It's
You
definitely
can't say
more
it's
than adequate
adequate.
for you.
It's adequate for me. You know
got
what?
the
I
whole
don't mean
front
to
of the
sexually
house.
abuse you, but this is my skin infection.
All right.
You're going to tell me right now, with my skin infection, that I'm not being neglected?
And he continued to cause alarm by repeatedly letting his pets out of his house. This would culminate at the start of October, where he would throw one of his most memorable crash outs, this time involving the whole gang.
I was bringing my laundry up to dry. No, but Bentley wasn't there either, was he?
Ben was.
No, I couldn't get by. How could I get by, Mom? I was trying to balance myself with the heavy... God damn it! Stop arguing with me!
Damn it, you don't swear at your mother.
I'm trying to explain something!
I'm leaving. I'm throwing up there.
I don't care how you treat me! You don't want to listen! I couldn't balance round Bentley! I had my wet laundry in my arm!
But there's no shelter for me.
It is shelter. You want to go to the city mission?
They won't help me. I'm not allowed there. They can't manage my care.
The one I know are open to buy. You go sit with Tim Hortons. This one? I don't know.
I'm wet and I'm cold.
You go sit at Tim Hortons.
I want to go to DSS. Lieutenant Rank, I'm asking you to please...
I'm not reading that.
I have a right. It's my complaint.
No, I don't want to read your email.
Fine, I'll give it to my counselor then.
Okay, give it
and
to
then
your
it's
counselor.
documented that you're depriving me my right and you're abusing me.
I'm not depriving you, right? Or abusing you. I'm just not reading.
You're not allowing me help.
I'm not reading your emails.
Why? I'm allowed to complain?
What's your email going to tell me?
Am I allowed to complain?
You are.
Am I allowed to complain about the abuse? You're not allowing me. I want to grieve against you, please.
Okay.
I have a right. Can I have a grievance form, please?
All I wanted somebody to help me go to work, do the things that he used to be to do, not fight me and argue and interrupt me and degrade me and threaten me and harass me and hurt my and degrade me. And he can't get anyone to do anything. I'm done.
Andrew would once again be detained by the cops a week later, and he would spit at 2 officers, one of whom actually seemed pretty upset by this, because why wouldn't you be?
You see how you treat me? That's twice.
I don't want to be abused by you anymore. I don't want to be abused.
Spit at me, Andy. How dare you?
I don't want to go to hospital.
You're going to hospital, Andy.
I don't want to go to hospital.
Spit in my face. How dare you
Arrest me then.
He is then arrested twice, once by each of the officers he spits at, but not before he pulls his pants down again, exposing himself to the public.
I don't want to be abused anymore by the hospital. Do you not understand that?
Everybody's supposedly abusing you, Andy.
Dude, why am I sent back to my parents' house? You want to know something? I'm not exposing you, but look, I can't take care of myself.
There's kids over here.
I'm sorry, but I have a skin infection I'm trying to show you.
It's not appropriate.
I have a skin infection.
It's not appropriate to spit on you.
I have a skin infection.
And I feel awful I did that. It hurts me so bad what I did to you. It hurts my feelings for you and the people I do this to all the time, and please, I just want help to do better.
Throughout this arrest, he repeats again and again that he is having a meltdown, hoping that it would be used as some sort of trump card for him to escape the trouble that he's found himself in. And at every opportunity the officers offer him to actually calm down and take a moment, he does the opposite, because he's only upset about what he can't change, the fact that nobody believes him, even those who had given him more benefit of the doubt than I thought was humanly possible.
Going on YouTube. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being abused. I'm tired of being abused. You're putting me in danger because I'm running away. I'm not going back to that house. And you think of APS don't want to help me. You're accusing me for refusing help, you pig.
At the end of November, Andrew moved to cancel his Social Security again, and in doing this, he attached a letter which documented many of his persistent issues, written by Juice. Juice had repeatedly vouched for Andrew throughout the year, including telling his primary care physician to change Andrew's diagnosis to autism, and he even fought his battles against people who wronged him, like Erica.
Just to be clear, Winnow's position was to get whatever answer. If it's a yes, we don't do this stuff. If it's a no, Winnow's position is we are going to contact both commissioners in the state and present Andrew's case and say, enough. Somebody's got to help this guy.
However, he had also woken up to Andrew's character, and in this, it appears he's writing a farewell note to Andrew, stating that he wishes him the best of luck with his future, while also taking note of Andrew's numerous inappropriate emails and lawsuit threats, which Andrew was confronted over earlier on in the year.
No, but that gets me in trouble, because when you start these thought processes, you write a whole book in an email fundamentally saying, we're not doing anything, nobody's helping me, and nobody, when you get like that, I 100% know somebody else has told you something.
Or just from my past knowledge on things too, right?
But it doesn't usually happen in that order. It usually happens that I talk to you every day, we talk about what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, we talk for 2 hours, I hang up the phone, and somewhere between Juice is done with work and 8 a.m. the next day, you have 10 conversations, do some research, get some opinion. The second problem is this email makes you look like you're a person of intent. So you know how you say I don't understand? I say things and I don't know what I'm saying? Well, now here's your bull card. Because what you did with this email is that you showed the world that you are smart enough to put a whole functioning email with a lot of important language together. And you showed the world you're a manipulative person.
It wasn't just that people didn't believe or trust Andrew anymore, but it felt like everyone had stopped caring. They'd been on this rodeo 1,000 times, and they weren't going to be manipulated into taking this person at face value when every threat he makes is proven to be hollow. The only thing that appeared to receive a response from people anymore were his persistent threats of taking his own life. And even that was something people didn't believe him on anymore, because afterwards he would always insist that he didn't have any intent in the first place. But the legal obligation seemed to compel them to act most of the time. So Andrew would regularly call in such threats, which included claiming he was going to overdose on medications or drugs, or pretending to have ingested them.
Sorry, Mom, I have to myself, but I don't get anyone help me. Oh, Dad, I don't care. I'm not going to a hospital. I'm not seeking help.
So ECMC believes how many I'm taking of these Tylenols. That is 6, or 6, 8, 7, 8, sorry, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry, this is 6, I'm sorry. I don't want to have autism.
I have a right to choose medical help.
Well, right now you actually don't. I'm forcing it. I can
No.
by law. I can, Andy.
Fight me then.
I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not gonna fight you. Come on.
Fight me for it.
That's why.
I don't want to go to be diaper shamed.
Fight you so you can put it on YouTube. Come on, Andy. We're here to care for you.
No.
So, and your whole family too. Yep.
They only shown it because there's a narcissist in the family. Please. Without a lawyer, I don't want anything.
He would also sit in traffic.
The right seatbelt lady, there's nothing wrong with me. Any fakes, remember? You were abusive and lying. I don't want autism. And he's centering my suffering. And he's honoring my suffering. I don't mean to be racist, I'm sorry, but that lady verbally, emotionally abused me.
And my personal favorite pastime of his was calling up a crisis hotline and threatening to eat some sugary treats without taking his diabetic medication because he didn't have any.
I'll just eat all the peanut butter cups. I'm a diabetic. I got 2 bags of peanut butter cups and I'm eating them. I can eat all the peanut butter cups and I can also eat the bag of Snickers I got too. And there's ice cream downstairs I could also eat with hot fudge. Ooh, that sounds really good.
But when all of this failed to solicit the reaction he was hoping for, he finally decided to raise the stakes by running away to a forest in Pennsylvania.
Hi, Andy Ditch calling. There's nothing more can be done to try to help me. I'm running away and will not be found. I'm running from all the fighting for help, all the advocating, all the wanting to do better, and no improvement. You can't stop me. It's my choice to run away to a forest in Pennsylvania where I have no interactions with people. I don't want to talk to anyone again because they confuse me and I don't want to upset or scare them.
It was a powerful statement to leave on. Maybe Andrew had finally woken up to the world he created and he didn't want to be a part of it anymore.
This is where I say goodbye and not again be in contact with others who don't understand me and don't accept me and my needs and my disability. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it because I'm my own guardian.
Well, not really, because although he left that statement to crisis services and a note with his parents, he actually hadn't left the house at all. He was just hiding in the basement, revealing that this was all a test run.
What are you trying to prove, Andy?
Just practice run until next week on Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning running away. And I'm not coming back that time.
I have no clue why he needed a test run for leaving home, but later that day, he also called into crisis services to inform them that he was leaving for Pennsylvania, although he was repeatedly interrupted by his dad, who didn't believe him. However, he did actually travel to a McDonald's in PA, from where he called the police to complain that they were not taking his disappearance seriously enough, something which the officer on the call contested.
Here you guys don't take me seriously, nor does my family, nor does ECMC or crisis services.
Oh, we take it seriously.
You do?
What did you need?
Not according to my
Is there someone you want to talk to, or?
Not according to my brother.
Well,
Officer Strowski and the other officers didn't even care.
What do you mean they don't care?
That's what my brother Joe said.
No, the officer had me even put out a thing out for people to watch for you so that they can, if they see you or something like that, so they can call us and let us know.
Really?
I don't see how that's not caring.
Wow, that's definitely the sort of behavior you would see coming from someone who doesn't want to be found. He was found in a few hours by local police and taken to a hospital. Despite saying in his first call to the crisis hotline that he doesn't want to scare people anymore, and despite claiming he could never lie, Andrew freely admits to both in a video after the situation.
Oh yeah, because I used that. And guess what? One of those people on Magic.
A lie. Just to scare him.
The one person who said, I am
scaring them because I'm tired of suffering. I'm trying to show them what scare is like. When you're scared of your behaviors and scared of how you respond to people as you don't understand them. This is why I'm doing it.
How scary this actually was for them is hard to say. In phone calls, they just sound kind of disinterested, as because this was something new by Andrew's standards, it wasn't really a departure from behavior that we would expect from him.
I am not being understood. I want to have friends. I am tired of getting confused about what I did, to be accused of changing the plan, sabotaging, and burning help and things. I am tired of mental health care not helping me, and I want to have the help I need that helps me.
The problem is that everyone already went through their phase of being scared or concerned for Andrew. They wasted that energy years ago, and now they're just tired and fed up. They knew he would come back, but if anything, I'm sure a few people were hoping that he would stand by his commitment to start a new life in Pennsylvania, given the life he's lived in New York. Andrew would again talk about taking his own life obsessively after being picked up by his family. But by now, it was the same tune they'd heard many times before. And even Andrew would admit the following month that he takes advantage of ideating about taking his own life to have his needs met. Through this, Andrew has insisted that all he wants is to receive treatment so he can recover, improve, and grow.
I just need help. I've been denied. Please. I just asked for help. I'm really at the point giving up asking for it.
But he has never been honest about his needs, and therefore, nobody can help him. His family can't help him. The doctors can't help him. The police can't help him. There's no doubt that even if the OPWDD did give him the time of day, they wouldn't be able to help him either, because the kind of help that Andrew needs isn't the kind of help that any of these institutes can provide. He needs something stronger.
I can't get that.
Andrew's behavior didn't really deviate from his norm for 2022, but it did become more interestingly bad. A weird, comical approach that nobody in the immediate vicinity would find particularly funny, but it is entertaining to watch from afar.
Andy wants to be discharged, please.
Okay, Andy, you can't report, sir. You have to turn.
Want to be discharged. You can't hold me hostage anymore.
We're paging your provider, Andy, so we can go ahead and see what they're going to do as far as your
Andy's going to be leaving, thank you. You can't hold me here.
More accidents, more incidents, and a more over-the-top, entitled tone to his whining.
Sir, you can't follow me. It is my right.
You are in the hospital. You've been discharged, all right?
Am I allowed to leave without being escorted out?
No. Not right now,
We're going to
no.
escort you out.
We're going to escort you out.
Those are stairs, right?
Those are stairs. We're going
Those
this way.
are stairs, right?
We're going this way.
Sir, I have a right to leave without being escorted out.
Not right now, you don't.
You're on
Why?
private property right now.
You're on private property.
Then fine.
You've been discharged.
Fine. You hurt my back. I have a disability and you can't hold me hostage.
Nobody's holding you hostage.
You're...
Yes.
You... Please, just shut up!
Buddy. Andy.
Shut up! Get away from me!
Andy's commitment to this character feels very unflinching at points, becoming a cartoonish manifestation of what he thinks autism is.
Andy, don't care if I get hurt by a car.
Why you decided you want to leave?
Because you don't want to help me. Please me.
Come back and you decided you wanted to go?
And you don't want any more help, and you don't want to help me.
First of all, that hurts me for saying that to that lady. I didn't even know I said that to her, and I'm sorry.
His response to upsetting people is always, "That hurts me," because he thinks that people on the spectrum have no understanding of other people's emotions, and he relates his failure to take accountability to that idea. But Andrew has never been able to take accountability. It's just that he's formulated his mental illness as an excuse for why he can't, and why he can't do anything else for himself either.
If I can't leave, I'll sit right here then. I'm not going back in that unit. Ouch! 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 I want to leave.
But he wasn't just feigning helplessness anymore. He was actively doing unhelpful things to, in his mind, prove a point.
My tummy hurt real bad. Hot sauce. Ate hot sauce. Whole bottle.
The next few months are only really worthy of a highlight reel of Andrew's finest moments, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, Joe. Here's my pizza. There's nothing wrong with me. I fake everything. I fake. You're right, Joe. I don't have anything to eat. I don't care. I don't want anything anymore. You don't understand what I go through. You think it's all brand new.
So he's been trying to get me and the wife to do his treatments for him, but what he did yesterday is unethical and uncalled for. He threw all his medications in the garbage can out there, and I dug them out. But he wanted me to, his pill box was wrapped around the diaper, and no way I'm going to touch that. He dumped it out and washed it, but he wanted him or myself or my wife to put his medicines, he's got lots of them, in the medicine containers, and he wasn't willing to work with my wife. My wife said, forget it.
I have this medicine right here that I was given for my constipation, okay, that I was told by my GI doctor to stop taking because I had extreme diarrhea with it and extreme stomach cramps. Forget it, use the walker. I can't use the walker. It's too many. Ouch! 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 I fell! Okay, Google. How spell the word move?
Move is spelled M-O-V-E.
I am refusing to wear diapers, and because my sensory problem out in the park bothered me. Sir, I have a right to have a copy. Sir, stop abusing me, okay? Stop abusing me! I will have my attorney follow up with you. Stop abusing me. If I get hit by a car, it's on you.
City of San Juan, police and fire, dispatch yourself home.
Hi, Andy calling. Going to be running away.
How can I help you?
Just to let you know, leaving my parents' house, running away.
Okay, Andy, you're an adult. You're not really running away.
I want to go, please. I go. I want to go. I want to go. I don't want to go back to Buffalo. I want to go home. It's alright.
There really isn't much to add on with these videos other than that it continued to gradually accumulate viewers. And Andrew tried to fight many of these channels. Because he is likely the reason many of them were taken offline, this only attracted more attention from one particular creator, Stories from the Internet, who brought up his connection with Dragon Lord Frodo and reached out to him, with Frodo himself saying that he didn't want anything to do with Andy.
DLF emailed me about this incident, this person saying I don't really know him. He messaged me on Facebook a few years ago talking about how he was being bullied by some broads, and some of them were actually real women in the area. He was saying that only I can help him or something, I don't know. Then I started seeing him in my chat and in your chat, and someone mentioned the laxatives thing. I'm wondering if I met him before because he acts like we are best friends.
It seems that even those he tried to find kinship with rejected him, and at the end of April, probably seeing the video from Stories from the Internet, Dragon Lord Frodo uploaded a response to Andrew's video that he had posted the year prior.
And here's my advice to you too, Andrew Ditch. Your parents, okay? If you want to drive, then you go out and you drive. Okay?
Pretty interesting advice.
And you know what? Maybe we could work together on social.
No, I don't think so. You're not allowed anywhere near my. You're not gonna be allowed anywhere near me. I don't want to shit my pants after you put laxatives in my drinks. Okay?
Frodo turns down Andrew's offer of an alliance, realizing that Andrew is beneath him. But his nugget of advice, run away and everything else, was something that Andrew took to heart a bit too much.
Dad, leave me alone. Not bothering you. Don't talk to me. Mom, don't talk to me either. You're not talking to her no more. Why? Leave me alone. Dad, what's going on here? I don't want to be abused. Not having a good day today, or what's going on, Andy? Dad, I don't want to be abused anymore. Nobody's abusing you. You can't abuse. No, I'm not $500 away. Okay? Because you're not my father.
Over the following months, Andrew's behavior would continue to escalate, with him traveling further and further to various places, staying at different hospitals who weren't familiar with his antics, and taking part in progressively insane and unhinged behavior.
I want your input on this.
Hello, piggies. It's Pig Norman Somerton. Been 3 hours in his tick cups, and it's time to take them off. But first, a little demonstration about how tight the suction is.
What? That's sick?
Yes.
I lost my breakfast looking at this.
At one point, he sexually harassed his mother, sharing fetish content with her, and exposing himself after taking a shower.
There are times that I do walk outside and around the house without clothes on, and only just recently my mom gets mad about it.
His fixations became increasingly disturbing, sending a message to a chat where he boasted about his dog being in close proximity to his loaded diaper, something he would bring up at a later date as well.
You know what Tucker was doing when I woke up? With my poopy diaper? So I'm facing the entertainment center, or actually on my tummy, I think it was, or whatever, I don't remember, when I woke up with poop in my diaper.
Okay.
Tucker was laying with his head on my bed.
Tucker?
Mm-hmm. To my butt.
I'm really not interested.
Tucker was so... Why is he so into poop?
He would also harass staff and social workers who were trying to help him.
And you're not allowed to have a blanket and a smock blanket. What? I don't remember that, no. But I remember them talking about it after I calmed down.
Throwing aggressive headbanging tantrums that would regularly result in physical injury when people did as much as dare to question the verity of his condition.
Can I please leave?
Sir, no. The doctor
Why?
said no. The doctor said no.
I want to leave.
Hey, man, come on.
I want to leave. Can I please leave?
No.
I have a right.
Watch out. That's how you're going to be.
I'm asking to leave. I have a right to leave.
Before you leave after that crap.
I'm sorry, but you can't hold me against my will. I'm asking to leave.
Intensifying his self-destructive behavior in an attempt to make the point that he was incapable of making decisions, which ended up proving the exact opposite.
Andrew? You should have done this! You should have helped me with my sensory toy before!
He would also create new false personas online, including ones that reference his family and accuse them of crimes, including his brother-in-law, who he had only 2 weeks before claimed was not the actual perpetrator of the abuse that early documentation had reported.
People did not understand what I was trying to tell people. That my brother Mike did not do it to me. It was his friend.
And he would also continue to threaten his own life or claim to be overdosing on medication.
Funny thing is, my dad didn't even call the cops or my mom, and I took a bunch of Benadryl. The very little that I have left. Because I took almost all of it last night, and I'm really hurt.
I'm a loser! I wish I was dead!
Andrew abuses his parents and pretends he has autism.
This is the perfect fit for Heather.
Yeah, this is the guy right here. I feel like Andrew Ditch is the most
But
underrated
he's not like
person on the
Haitian
internet.
or black or...
No, he's not a real black one.
And he did all of this while uploading this content to YouTube for countless creators and bystanders alike to experience, although he wasn't always amused by it.
What do you think about this guy?
Yeah, he's cute. I think you should date him.
What do you think the kind of guy I'm talking about? What do you think he's into?
He might be into all the gymnastic things that you like.
What are you, Dad? Can you just be pay attention to what I'm
What
saying?
did I just say, Andy? Here comes your fun car coming down the street.
I think he looks like he's a drug addict.
You little nuts are gonna be quaking.
Despite regularly uploading a lot of the content that was picked apart by onlookers, Andrew was pretty adept at making these channels disappear. But eventually, one of the creators wisened up and decided to create an archive for all of this content. This archive provides a lot of the source material that's been shown today, and with nearly 3,000 videos, it provided the building block for various others covering his deviance. Andrew was probably aware of this when he discovered that it had been created, and he didn't take it very well.
You got a
Wait a minute. So you're going to violate my right to justice because I'm too smart. Oh, these people can bully me and harass me and cause fear.
You put it out there.
You
It's out there on
can't.
the internet.
You have an obligation to protect this community. I'm part of
And I
this
am.
community, and I'm a danger to
But
myself
this is-
and others
How are you
because
a
I'm disabled.
He calls the police in an attempt to deal with this, and when they tell him they can't do anything because he keeps uploading content, he decides to throw a generational outburst while aggressively bashing his head against a tree, throwing shit around, and then running away while his father continues to talk with the officer. This isn't new for either of them, so they don't seem to care too much, as they know Andrew will always come back.
You are aware of this crime.
not a
It is
crime.
your job to
All right, Andy,
refer
I'm
it.
not going to debate all night long. We've been.
I don't want to be abused anymore, okay?
all night long.
I don't want to be abused anymore by you piece of shit!
Andy, first of all, you gotta understand something.
I don't care! I don't want to do this anymore!
However, when met with this indifference, Andrew decides again that the only option is to take it up a notch and provoke a reaction. So, doing exactly the opposite of what he was advised to do, he goes back online and then doxes the addresses of various police officers while falsely claiming that they had assaulted him.
Lieutenant Omar's house, he beats me up and allows his police officers beating me up. I'm autistic. Let's go another officer. Here's Officer Strowski's house right here, guys. And he beats people up with autism.
He then proceeded to march over to the police station to file a complaint against an officer who had expressed skepticism toward Andrew's autism.
I would like to please make a police complaint against Officer Kraft. I was told by my lawyer.
I do not go on the internet for anything involving me or my life. I don't need anybody to know it.
Let me just say this,
I
okay?
want to remain a private individual, and I'm sure you do too. You don't want this for yourself.
No, I don't. It's actually...
The unfortunate thing is, this is going to happen if you continue to post videos.
Holy cow, that's really sore looking. I fake though. I f***ing fake.
The next day, though, he was back, doxing a group home that he claimed had discriminated against him, although these claims are totally unsubstantiated.
This is a transitional services incorporated group home on Street, Tonawanda. They deal with people with mental illness and they discriminate against people like me with autism and in diapers. And this is the contact person you want to email to tell her she discriminates people.
Andrew's desire to control everything and everyone in his life was slipping out of his hands because of his terminally online behavior. There was no reality that existed where he continued to upload while tempering the audience that he had attracted with his depravity, and with that many eyes on him, he couldn't simply put it down to being his family, no matter how many fake accounts he created in an attempt to try and shift the narrative. So he did what he always does. He doubled down, even hosting live streams where he would occasionally engage with viewers.
And I'm not faking anything. Boo Kaki says, shout to Nick Gerlip. I don't know who that is.
And introducing his audience to his friend, Jamie, a schizophrenic person who Andrew used to show that he was actually very stable and normal.
Sorry, I just got called an asshole by an old lady because I called her peaches. And then, that's why I recorded it. Good.
He's having a conversation here. My mom and me both pointed this out. He's not even talking to anyone. I need to say something here to you guys, okay? This is just sad.
Jamie has also uploaded some interesting online content, regularly coming into conflict with local services. So he and Andrew sounded like a match made in heaven.
That's recording all of
I
you.
know, that's actually illegal. It's a HIPAA violation.
Good for you. I know your laws. Good luck arresting me. 25 times no record. Bring the army. A real cop.
At the end of September, Jamie stayed over at Andrew's family's house.
These are yours.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yes.
I will never forget anything that you do for me, Andrew.
Yes. So I'm gonna
You
charge
are my
that.
best friend.
I don't think my dad will care if you stay here half an hour on the porch. I don't think he's great.
He let me charge my phone, and
He's not a complete dick like
I love your father.
Like
I love your mother.
this, you know, but yeah,
But I understand his point.
yeah.
You're his and your mother's primary concern is you.
And then my mom and dad also have to worry about my mom's stress level and stuff.
Although Jamie and Andrew seemed to get along at first, by the end of the stay, Andrew was totally avoiding him. Because in spite of these similarities that Andrew sees in him due to their discrimination at the hands of the system, Jamie's nature to talk a lot was overwhelming Andrew due to his sensory problems.
I want him to have a safe place to stay tonight, or last night. It was only one night. I can't do it another night. There's definitely a lot of behaviors that I'm aware of that I do that he does, but the problem is I don't go talk around like I'm God, or I'm call myself Sir Lucifer, or anything like that, okay?
Once Jamie left, Andrew made a series of allegations against him, which included destruction of property and theft.
I put it on the table, or on my corner of my computer desk rather, last night, and Joe saw it, Dad saw it. What happened was I then get upset because it's not there. Dad and Joe was the one who reminded me that Jamie steals money. Did he have my computer on?
I think he tried. I don't know.
He must have logged in because there was software on my computer that I know I didn't have on there.
I don't know if these claims are true, but it feels a bit ironic to see Andrew clutching his pearls over behavior that he has regularly stooped far lower than. But I guess because Jamie wasn't having a meltdown while doing it, it means he doesn't deserve the special treatment that Andrew demands.
Harassment for what?
Lieutenant Work already told you, Andy. I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not understanding.
I didn't do the warrant.
But I'm not understanding.
For stuff that you put on the internet.
That's not harassment, that's free speech.
Well, I didn't sign the warrant. Judge Saltarelli did, so you can tell him that. Okay? And he's got a lot of degrees in law, so I don't think he'll appreciate that.
Earlier on in the month, Andrew had been handed a court summons after his little doxing spree. He defended this under his First Amendment rights, and then attempted to justify the existence of his online content by saying he could make it, at which point the officer provided him with a very helpful reminder of the difference between can and should.
I'm tired of being cyberbullied.
Well, you should do what I told you to do many years ago. You know what that is?
I have the right to post the things I go to at home.
Oh yeah, you sure you do. You know what?
What?
I mean, I have a right to, walk down the street with just my underwear on, but I'm not going to do that either.
Given the extent of this behavior and his repeated patterns, there was the expectation that something might finally be done about his toxic conduct. Andrew also seemed aware of this possibility, and on October 4th, he gave his viewers a swan song before the curtain fell.
Because, Dad, I have to get into the bathroom to take a shower. I pooped myself. I don't have anything clean up, and I'm in a diaper that I only have diapers on the porch. I don't have any wipes.
Andrew soiled himself outside of his house and then couldn't unlock the door for whatever reason. So he called his dad, who was currently out of the house dealing with flat tires. So upon hearing his dad might not be back for a bit, he informed his dad that a police officer had told him he could break down the door in these scenarios.
I was told by Officer Kraft that I could break down the door. And I'm trying to be honest, and I'm trying to be patient with you, and I don't want you getting upset at me.
Andy,
So
you can't
please,
tell me what I'm
can you
doing.
please
I'm working.
help me?
Does this guy even hear himself?
Dad, as I don't like being in a poopy diaper, I'm going to break down the door because you said to the police, and I have it on recording, that you were going to be back.
Andy, if you break down the door, I have to press charges against you.
Well, the police told me I could do
Because
it.
you're the one that lost the key. Yeah, you're the one that could have brought your key, but you threw it away. So I'm not coming back. I'm running away.
Dad, I
gotcha.
didn't want to come back, and I was forced back here, so give me a break.
Don't use it.
Later on in the day, he calls the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, reporting an emergency and accusing his father of neglecting his dog, which he calls his therapy support dog, something which I'm pretty sure everyone else is also hearing for the first time.
My dad, who is Thomas Ditch, is neglecting my dog, my therapy support dog, Tucker. Tucker has not been to the vet for a while. He has fleas. He has untrimmed nails that my father refuses to take care of, and I'm autistic. I am being abused and neglected by my father as well. And you can have all the videos on YouTube of the living conditions and the pictures of the fleas that I tried helping my dog Tucker with.
He also makes claims about the family cat and whatever else he can think of to raise alarm. Then he argues with his mother.
Come on, tell me I'm paranoid. Come on. Come on. I'm so delusional. Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. Come on, say it. So delusional, so paranoid, right, Mom?
This is the same day he had uploaded a slideshow documenting what he clearly believed to be incriminating photos of the squalor he's living in. It's an interesting choice after all the videos that he's recorded, that now he decides to just show his viewers a bunch of pictures. But I think we all know why that is.
Dad wasn't petting the cat. He wasn't trying to get the cat either, like he said. Is the cat still down here? And then he didn't, and he just did that for whatever, for attention to start stuff. I don't want to be here.
The truth is that none of this mattered if Andrew was going to see some real consequences for his actions. But at the October 5th court date, Andrew was told to stop uploading onto YouTube for 5 months. This was disappointing news for everyone, both those who wanted to see the book thrown at him for his repeated criminality and those who were hungry for more Andrew Ditch content. The truth is, everyone would have to wait, but Andrew would be back with a vengeance.
I am not a disgrace. I am vengeance. I am the night. I am
pooping myself.
So first of all, I'm not here to speak to you. I'm here to speak to your mother.
Yeah, but you're a mandated reporter. What's your name?
The what?
What is your name?
My name is Gillian.
And can I have a business card for my lawyer?
I don't have a business card with me, but is that the 95 Franklin? And it's 858-1677. I think you know our number by
I
heart.
call all the time. Why can't you guys help me? I mean, my mom's heart can't handle this. I'm disabled. I'm leaving. Move the on that way. I can't take your abuse. You're supposed to protect people like me.
To the surprise of a lot of people, Andrew mostly abided by his court order, and he actually didn't upload videos while he was ordered not to. Although, as that previous clip showed, he didn't deviate from his usual deviance. He did record the occasional video which he would upload after his return, as well as having his brother capture some of the more cherished moments they shared during that time.
I don't want you to be in your house anymore. You won't help me.
Don't forget about the
I'm tired of you abusing me. I am tired of you abusing me. I am tired of you abusing me.
This is why we can't clean the house.
They're just one big happy family.
My ears! I'm not gonna hurt my ears! I'm not gonna allow you to hurt my ears! Move! I'm beating you! I don't want to be you abusing me! I don't want you to hurt my ears!
rammed me in the wall.
I don't want you to abuse me, you piece of...
Once the sanctions against Andrew for posting were lifted, he rushed back to YouTube, immediately uploading content for everyone to enjoy.
It is my right as a patient! You told me I had capacity! Let me leave, goddammit! You told me I have a right to leave! I'm recording you! I want to leave and I'm calling the police! You're refusing me that right!
However, this time, realizing that he was fighting a losing battle, Andrew decided to embrace his lolcow status and take to the corners of the internet that despised him as much as they celebrated him.
Man, this guy, his lore goes so deep, and it's just pooping and abusing.
One of the channels that covered Andrew a few separate times was a channel by the name of Clean Stash, also known as Clean Urine Stash, hosted by a man named Jojo, who regularly made videos about lolcow type people. Andrew had been aware of the channel since the year prior, but in late March 2023, he did something unprecedented and called into Stash's stream to talk about his favorite subject, himself.
Andy here, and I think people just don't understand me very well, as they kind of like get upset with me or annoyed with me, and I think people just don't really see who I really am, and that's why I'm here. I'm not here for attention, not here for sympathy, wanting to say who I am and what I really am about, and not just somebody who you see on the internet.
JoJo's friendliness allows Andrew to let his guard down and tell his version of what's happened in the past few months.
So, like, you went off the internet for a while, and what was that all about? Were you, like, did you find a group home? Were you in a hospital?
No, actually, I don't know how to say this other than I got in trouble for a video that was posted of a police officer's house. And I had no idea it could hurt somebody or cause somebody fear or any of that. I did not realize that was the issue.
When Andrew wants to escape admitting that he's done something malicious or dangerous, he'll instantly defer to the idea that he doesn't understand the consequences. If he didn't know it was wrong, he wouldn't have done it out of spite.
How's your mother and father doing?
My mom is in a lot of pain, and she's going through a lot of stuff too, and she hasn't fallen in a while, which is good. My dad has been really busy helping me and my mom, and a lot more calmer and understanding of me.
Thomas is a saint. Your father's a good guy.
They talk about a lot of subjects, and in spite of Andrew's usual combative nature, they seem to share some positive chemistry, with Andrew at the very least talking more sympathetically about those in his life, acknowledging the internet probably isn't too good for him, and that he wants to improve and find help.
I do need help getting back offline again, because I want to make sure I get into a group home. I think the YouTube stuff is causing me some issues.
Andrew also talks about the system when relating it back to the story of his acquaintance, Jamie, who Andrew hilariously laments doesn't want help, as opposed to him, who does desperately want help.
I'm not going to just say that he's bad because he has some mental issues. Am I saying he's the best person? No. He had helped me with going to work, and that was one of my support people that had helped me. And if you want to look at somebody with schizophrenia, how that throws somebody's life off. And the funny thing is, he's been arrested so many times with serious felonies, like he's beaten up police officers. The laws in New York State are so strict when mental illness and you're arrested. They had to basically force the people into treatment, and he's refused treatment. How is he still not in jail until he accepts the treatment?
It's in these moments where Andrew can be a surprisingly compelling actor, and as always, viewed in a vacuum, these moments may come across as genuine, but then you remember everything else he's done to his family and everything he will almost certainly continue to do.
He took all his medicine and destroyed every single pill he has to take, and some of it could be life-threatening. And especially since he's got sugar, he threw them all out. Yes, and then he had a big bag, and I think my son might have put it in one of the vehicles. I finally ripped it out of his hand. He threw the glass of water at me. He was going to take a whole pile of freaking pills and pop them down his throat. So I put them out in the car, and he started tearing up all his diapers. And he won't wear diapers. Now he's selling in my house all over the place. Oh. He peeing and everything else. And he had an accident in his pants yesterday because he don't know when he has to go eat food. And he's pooping his pants.
However, this call marked Andrew's venture into more online commentary, which he would follow up a few days later with a video that discusses the trolling of his old friend. Dragon Lord Frodo and the ever-infamous internet figure Chris Chan. If you want to learn more, watch my video. Anyhow, despite Dragon Lord Frodo, or Mike to close friends like Andrew, clearly rejecting Andrew's attempts to bond, Andrew reached out again, but this time talking about him in regards to present legal issues he was facing, allegedly relating to Michael coming into contact with someone he was told to stay away from.
The one thing I am aware of, and the only one I'm aware of, is he got into trouble again after violating a stay-away order when he decided to go garbage picking for tin cans and stuff.
Andrew decides to relate his autism diagnosis to this, stating that because he avoids eye contact with people, he regularly doesn't even recognize them until they start talking.
If it was me, I probably would have done the same thing, not intentionally, and not trying to cause any issues. I have a hard time, spotting if somebody is around me or who's around me. Michael had a legitimate excuse for what happened. I believe he was a victim of being forced into society to follow rules that he's not capable of doing because he's not aware of his surroundings.
Evidently, Andrew has very little knowledge of this case and is in no position to provide any commentary. But if he does frame it sympathetically, he knows he can relate it back to himself in his usual fashion.
And I don't know the person who had issue with Michael. I just know what I feel. And the lady didn't understand because she doesn't really understand people with autism. And knowing myself with autism, that individual probably made a statement that caused Michael to hear and get frightened and frustrated, and that caused him to violate the order even more.
Thank you, Judge Ditch. Case dismissed.
I can definitely tell you that he has some sort of personality disorder. I do see that with him. That he doesn't want to socialize with other people. He doesn't understand what his mom tells him or what is going on.
Wow, and he's a psychologist too? Is there anything Andrew can't do?
I think he truly doesn't understand why or what's going on. Just like me, I don't understand when my family can't do something. I'm not going to just say that he has something or don't have anything. I truly believe that his autism is more of a problem, and I don't think he has a mental illness other than maybe anxiety and trauma or a personality disorder related diagnosis.
When someone like Dragon Lord Frodo turns down your request for friendship, you take that as a blessing. Andrew Ditch has co-opted this angle of seeing the best in everyone from the numerous people who tried to help him, who he subsequently turned on. Now, he's extending this same exact perspective to the people he knows are just like him.
Fight me! Fool!
Who repeatedly reject help and indulge their worst tendencies. He wants a group pity party with all these losers in one place, but even they won't hang out with him. Let's see what he has to say about Christian though, and how he's going to relate that one back to his situation. This was after charges were filed against Christian, by the way, so Andrew really has no excuse for what he's about to say.
I saw somebody who replied to that comment on Kiwi Farms that said that he didn't do it, that somebody had said it and it was only a rumor. And then when they had asked him about if it was true or not, he admitted to doing something. So I personally believe that Christian did not know what he was being asked of. And I personally believe that he does not know what incest is.
Andy, if that was the case, what do you think Christian thought incest meant? A warm cup of coffee? I think Chris knew exactly what incest was and still does.
And I personally believe that is why he got in trouble. And if you look at me in my situation here, I was trolled. I had hateful videos posted about me, and I don't understand why these people are allowed to do that to me. Vulnerable adult, I'm a disabled adult, and these people are committing hate crime against me.
What does any of this have to do with anything? Did Andrew just clickbait Christian? Because all he's doing is talking about himself.
If that happened where somebody used a video of me and used it in a way to cause me to get arrested, I believe that they did the same thing to Chris Chan. And just like when people accusing me for being a sexual predator, because I have a video in a playlist of mine of kids with pull-ups.
What did he say?
And I wanted to show my mom that video because it was something that I did and my brother did as a kid.
That's kind of a weird self-report, but okay. Maybe you should stop putting weird stuff in public playlists if you don't want to be called weird.
There was been a comment on the internet by a troll that they're not going to stop unless I come up and respond to that. And then they said I pooped my pants in a Tim Hortons that cleared everything out. Well, I poop my pants everywhere.
I poop my pants everywhere.
I poop my pants everywhere.
Andrew wants to act like he's taking a stand against his, quote, cyberbullies, but barely a few days ago, he was being buddy-buddy with someone who thrives on this culture. He knows that this kind of content will only encourage people to become more involved, and he knows that talking about both of these people will not help him in any way whatsoever. Dragon Lord Frodo has already made it clear he doesn't like you, and Chris Chan isn't going to pay attention to a D-list degen like you either. Andrew is aware that he's being compared to these people and wants to somehow make them all martyrs for his autistic cause. But I don't think their reception is strictly due to their mental conditions. It's also due to their actions, just like Andrew's reception is due to his actions. Actions that Andrew has shamelessly admitted to.
But it's not who you are underneath. It's what you do that defines you.
Some things are not up for interpretation.
What do I have issues with? Pooping myself. So I thought I would have a fun story to say. I put MGSO in your food stew last night. Enjoy shit yourself. You may want to bring a diaper with you because you're doing newspapers. I had that fantasy of my family needing a diaper because how they make me feel about being in diapers. That's why I did that.
Andrew would continue to give time to those he branded as trolls by joining them for debates, including debating esteemed author Dr. Kevin Melvins over whether autism is real.
If there's no such thing as autism, then why am I repetitive, restricted, and have trouble understanding people and social cues and stuff?
Over to you.
Mr. Ditch, I'm sorry, Andy. Andy, you have different disorders that are packaged into one.
He would also continue to try and recruit for his degenerate army by talking about other notorious online figures, such as fellow diaper enjoyer Nova Online and other notorious people like Cyrax and Daniel Larson.
You can clearly tell this person is definitely autistic, has some serious issues.
What are you doing, Andy?
And being bullied online by people. And this person is not very mentally well. Let's just put it that way.
If anything Andrew said held any influence or weight, I'd say it was dangerous to tell people that this is just who they are and they can't change. All of these people are too deeply invested in their own online persona to ever care what another person in a similar position has to say, Andrew included. If any of these people actually challenged Andrew on his perspective, he would double down every time. So I don't know why he would expect any of these people to heed his own words. But if they did, then they would find him taking advantage of their vulnerabilities. Because Andrew doesn't really want them to improve. He just wants them all to roll around in the shit with him.
People with autism tend to hang around people who are younger than they are because of their emotional and mental age and their social age. Okay, I'm not saying that this person is any person that needs to be watched or dangerous to other, people or society. I'm just saying that is a common trait of somebody with autism.
When addressing Nova Online, he downplays his inappropriate interactions.
How I wonder why you are up above the world so high.
By saying it's normal for autistic people to hang around younger people because of a lack of emotional maturity. When addressing Daniel Larson, he justifies Larson's paranoia by stating that people who harass him always drive Jeeps as well, as if there is some organized troll syndicate with matching cars.
So, let me start by telling you that there was a time when people who were stalking me were going in Jeeps. It becomes a very common car that people stalk people with autism in Jeeps. And I'll tell you this, it's not no delusion. Being in diapers and a teddy bear makes it look like I'm a baby, right?
Yes.
Everybody's saying the same things. Get off the internet, people are bullying you, they're going to hurt you. If my doctor is watching this video, the one thing you don't know is they're not going to hurt me.
It doesn't matter how true his statements are, it can never be used to justify reckless and dangerous behavior, because there is no condition that predisposes actions with 100% certainty. It might make some people more susceptible to behave a particular way, but there are plenty of people with various conditions who don't, who live normal, successful lives. Andrew seems to be upset that people aren't providing the philosopher's perspective for these online figures, but nobody who encroaches on this side of the internet, behaving in a way that often violates the privacy and well-being of others, is entitled to that treatment. If you want that, leave the internet, go find a therapist, and actually try to change. Nobody will give a shit about you in 5 years years' time. But if you want to try and hold down an online presence associated with your toxic actions, you can't be upset when you face the consequences of them. Look, folks, I'm a nice guy, and as you'll find out by the end of this video, I see both sides of even the filthiest coins. But it's not mine or any commentator's job to provide benefit of the doubt when confronted with overwhelming evidence as to whether someone should be online, because bad actors will take advantage of that. Bad actors like Andrew.
So you're saying you're incompetent and can't take care of yourself, right?
Yep, and my and DSS and Social Security has told me all that.
You're also the same individual who posts YouTube videos. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, why?
So how is it that you are capable of posting YouTube videos and recording conversations, but you can't take care of yourself? Can you explain that to me?
You can't try and provide serious commentary on these matters while also continuing to be an awful person in real life, which is exactly what Andrew was doing. In fact, he was indulging it.
You didn't think I had a diaper on.
Hey, you didn't have to prove it to me.
Why?
Because you're not supposed to do that. You have one or you have one. You don't say you do.
Well, hey, Dad.
Go to McDonald's stand?
Yeah. Well, yeah, let me take my diaper off. Let me take my diaper off.
Andy, I'm busy right now. I gotta go.
Andrew can always insist that he has no perverse interest in diapers, but the evidence speaks for itself. He is obsessed, and his obsession would only sink to new depths as he played cruel pranks on his family and interacted with the online world in obscene ways, which was only going to drive up the attention he received.
Hey, YouTube, if you want to see me eat poop, I will do that for you on YouTube. But I need 10 million likes to this video and 1,000 subscribers.
He would also continue to dox people, despite his previous run-ins with the law over it. Andrew also continued to throw his trademark tantrums whenever something didn't go his way, most of the time when someone else was receiving more attention than him, such as when his mother was taken to the ER.
Hey, Andrew, where are you?
I'm sleeping in this parking lot. I want to be left alone.
You're sleeping in a parking lot?
Yeah, and I want to be left alone. I'm tired.
Are you in Tunnel Under, Andrew?
Nope.
Because I was going to make you supper hot dogs.
Oh well. Bye, Dad. My battery's almost dead. I don't have a place to charge.
Mom's real sick and you're pulling this shit.
My head hurts. And I don't need to be treated this way, Dad.
This is the person who's asking for clemency for people he continuously relates himself to. He thinks that if he makes his intentions appear selfless in advocating for other mentally ill and or disturbed people, that suddenly people's attitude towards him is going to shift. But he also knows that he can't break the act now. He's locked in being this character, wallowing in his own mess until he receives his demands, which those in his immediate life can't actually meet. So they're subjected to a paradox of a person who will lose the argument if he fixes himself without his treasured group home.
I want to show you this picture right here. So this was in 2015. Hey, I know we have a cat. This is Willie. Okay? This is a cloth diaper of mine. Here's my diaper pal. Yeah. This was in 2015, but I never needed diapers ever before.
Despite claiming to be the embodiment of autism, Andrew's grasp on sarcasm seems pretty proficient when it's beneficial for him.
When my dog started eating the poop I had started having come out of my butt, that fell on the floor, and I couldn't get to the bathroom. I'm done. If I were to clean it up.
And it would have been a much bigger mess.
Was extremely disgusting.
Being aware of his online notoriety, Andrew continued to manifest into this provocateur, making less effort to hide his weird perversions and even attempting to rile some people up.
Ew! But that's food safety to wear, to be in diapers, and working at McDonald's with wearing diapers and having somebody help change me. Ew! You ate there when I pooped my diaper? And I was working, making your food? Ew! Gross!
Now, it was hard to say whether some of his rather wild admissions at this period were true or false, and although I wouldn't put such practices beyond him, I think he was also attempting to draw more attention from those online, which is exactly what happened.
He's just a crazy guy. He's probably got Munchausen syndrome, and he's burning an oil diffuser and is about to get arrested for not turning it off in his parents' house.
With laxatives and Epsom salts put in the coffee maker.
So they would poop themselves and go crazy.
I guess. Well, I think the Epsom salts are different. I'm talking about the ones that you put in the bath, not that you smoke.
So
Just a bunch of trash.
this is the thing I had from my mom. I should actually probably not do that, right? I've been in the better habit of putting things in.
Didn't you poison your mom?
Andrew Ditch does not have autism.
One of the first things you felt the need to mention to me was that you said, "I'm not dangerous." Why? You mentioned that in a comment, and
Yeah.
I'd like to explain why I said that, but first I'd like you to explain why you think you're not dangerous.
I think people just misunderstand me.
More people started discovering his content and being disgusted by his treatment of those around him, being disturbed by his strange fecal obsession, but also being entertained by his perceived lack of self-awareness. But I think Andrew was pretty aware of the sort of audience he was fostering.
No idea. Kind of looks like a dad's dirt.
Poison? No. Did this house tons of stuff? What? This house I heard tons of stuff from my mom before, so this better not be poison.
How Andrew chooses to interact with his audience is his prerogative. However, the effects it was having on his family were pretty noticeable. Firstly, in the sense that other people interacting with and trolling Andrew often made the family unintentional or intentional collateral. Andrew would regularly share information about his family, which would compromise their privacy.
It would be really nice not to be made fun of for my diapers. So that way there, I would feel more comfortable wearing them instead of, refusing to wear them. It makes me really sad to be made fun of for something I cannot help. And I wish you would really stop making fun of me. Not only you, but my family.
One of the most disturbing situations around this time was when his father experienced a blowout while driving with Andrew. I don't need to tell anyone that a blowout is dangerous, even deadly in some circumstances. But what's more concerning is Andrew's behavior surrounding this incident.
Dad was paranoid, blaming me and some guy who was out to get him to ruin the tire before.
In the video where he shares footage of the blowout, Andrew provides the preamble that his father was paranoid about Andrew and someone else who was after him tampering with his tires. This seems to be used as a preemptive explanation for comments that Andrew would make in another upload of footage before the blowout.
Especially when the cars are parked on both sides. It's just he's an idiot, and you know this color.
Hey, Dad.
Minorities don't seem to care.
Just because you think I hate you doesn't mean I went to take out air of your car tire. Especially when I rely on you for rides.
Now, it could just be a coincidence. They may have noticed the tires were in trouble, and Andrew's father did bring up the matter, which might provoke a response from Andrew. But if I was concerned about someone letting the air out of my tires shortly before one of my tires suffered a blowout, I would be suspicious. And Andrew's allusion to someone else mysteriously letting out the air in the tire is either a lie, which incriminates him even more, or the truth, which shows how the attention that Andrew is generating is having a negative effect on all of those in his life. Probably the best example of this is Andrew's treatment of his mother, Janet. As we've mentioned a couple of times, she was experiencing some serious health issues, which had led her to be in and out of hospitals and nursing homes.
My health and safety means a lot to me. And then not understanding the change, not understanding what will happen, what to expect, how to cope with it, what I need to do, and just give me the social story to help me understand that, idiots. And then I'm scared of my sensory problem. I'm scared of getting hurt. I'm scared of hurting other people. Am I going to get the help I need? Is somebody going to comfort me in a sensory crisis like Joe didn't do yesterday? Or am I going to headbang?
Andrew had been characteristically childish about this, making it about himself a lot of the time, throwing tantrums when he wasn't given attention, complaining about the injustice at the care home because he alleged they wouldn't let him enter without handing over items that he claimed gave him comfort. Andrew is a compulsive liar, so take these claims with a grain of Epsom salt, but even if it was true, to hand over such items is a very small price to pay to see your own mother, even if it's for a brief period of time.
Dad said, well, I have a disability, and I use these things to help me comfort and keep me occupied. She said, okay, great. Just leave the tablet on the car then. They stopped me. They wanted my teddy bear. They wanted my earmuffs. They wanted my phone. They wanted my diaper back. I said, I'll use my weighted stuffed animal because I have a disability. Well, she said, well, you have a recording device in it. I said, no, I don't. So Dad gave her to feel. She felt it. She said, okay, well, that's not what we were told. There's a recording device in this. And Dad said, no, there's not. So I want you guys to know that it is a Title III ADA violation that I have on this nursing home for violating my AAC medical device, which is my tablet.
But, Andrew, wasn't the tablet the one item you agreed not to take into the care home?
I don't have any other restrictions other than visiting my mom. And I'm like, why? She said, we already explained that to your father and your brother and you. I don't have to tell you again. So I have yet again another ADA violation here.
To contextualize all of this, Jan's admissions to the hospital and the care home was throughout the entirety of 2023. So whenever Andrew was pulling any of his usual bullshit, just know that it was with the backdrop of a gradual decline of one of his closest family members. If this had been a genuine expression of grief, then you might be able to take pity. But Andrew's treatment of his mother throughout this time really says all you need to know. This was still the Andrew Ditch Show.
So that's why he abused me. That's why he abused me. He doesn't want me to see my mom. He did that so I don't have to go see my mom. He got me upset so I don't go see my mom. And you allow him to abuse me.
It didn't matter how many lolcows he tried to invoke, the alliances he tried to form, or the culture he tried to shift. The one thing that Andrew despised was that everyone online could see him for what he was. And as much as they entertained his engagement and reciprocation, his ever-changing attempts to either rationalize or double down on his impropriety would always be ignored. Many of these people just came with the popcorn boxes to watch a man stoop lower and lower. And for those people, he didn't disappoint.
So yes, I'm putting this video in kids only mode because I'm taking the extra protections that YouTube provides people like me. I don't have capacity to make consent. I don't have capacity to be online technically. And I also don't like being bullied online because it makes me sad and cry. And that's why I'm taking these extra protections to protect myself from being bullied. So I shared pictures of the mess I made, and yes, I want to talk to you about that a little bit.
Every stage of this story, I hope I reach a point where Andrew's behavior doesn't continue to get worse. But also, at every stage of this story, to say that it doesn't would be a lie. And that's because, from Andrew's perspective, this is the option that generates the most attention, both from those in his life and those online. If he doesn't act increasingly destructive, everyone will just become used to it. So his New Year's resolution for 2024 was to be even more insane than he had ever been.
Hey Dad, I just threw out all my pills and shit. Pill bottles are all in the garbage for you. Emptied out individually. I'm not going, as I can't be discharged. I appealed. I'm an autistic. I'm mentally retarded. I can't take care of my health and safety, and I don't want to get hurt or sick. This dog right here loves what he just did. He is proud of it, aren't you, Tucker? Yeah, I gotta pick that up. Well, actually, I re-uploaded it. It's like a 2-week-old video or a month-old video I uploaded again. And I really zoomed in on it because my bullies love it. Shit, Dad, maybe I should try to eat my own poop just to try to show off to these people. Dad, can I?
I'm busy.
Can I eat?
Don't bother me.
Some of this content is horrifying, and I'm definitely not sharing it here. All I'll say is that it felt designed to tick every offending box of disturbed content, including inappropriate and creepy behavior towards his family, harassing and threatening countless people who dealt with him, generating kink-related content involving children, and live streaming around playgrounds.
Andy Ditch here. I'm going to the playground for a little bit.
I don't think that Andrew is attracted to anything other than bodily fluids and diapers and actually being treated like a baby himself. I think if he was any other kind of pervert, there would be plenty of evidence for it, but it does beg the question, at what point does it matter? Even if he is completely disconnected from his actions, this was clearly a person who was a danger to himself and others.
He told me to call, but as soon as I called,
he pulled him up.
He pulled him up. I was like afraid that, you guys come over with him
Getting exposed to him.
that he'll get arrested or something.
And then he thought we weren't paying attention about maybe less than 5 minutes later, he dumped it right in the living room. Unfortunately, one of the dogs got all cleaned up, so pretty gross if you ask me. Pretty sick if you ask me.
He knew exactly what buttons to push to send the message that he wanted the attention of authorities. He would no longer cooperate with any real procedures or evaluations, and no longer seemed afraid to cause himself and others serious injury, regularly having himself admitted after headbanging tantrums and causing his father to take an order of protection out against him again after Andrew broke his recovering ribs following an accident the month before.
The other problem is when I got out of rehab, within the hour, Andy smashed the back of the seat because his brother was driving us to go get something to eat. Not once, but 3 times, and I had to call an ambulance, and I had to go be sent back to the hospital because my injury was reoccurred from what he did to me. I don't want to get into detail on that because it's got nothing to do with the case.
The only question was, with him continuing to push the envelope further and further, which authority would take action first?
I would like to please be discharged. And you're mistreating me because I have autism spectrum disorder and I have the communication challenges, and you're using that against me to say that I don't have autism. Can I please be discharged? Because you cannot hold me here. So YouTube knows that they're denying me my discharge and denying me my right to choose, because they say I have a personality disorder, and if they put me a diaper on me, I will file sexual harassment charges because I have autism, which is why I wear diapers.
Andrew would spend the remainder of the first half of the year inflicting his distinctive brand of suffering onto hospitals before creating fake accounts targeting his family, likely because of the protective order. And he would use these accounts to post some of his life updates over the coming months. Andrew's mother, Jan, was now in a care home full-time, but Andrew had bigger fish to fry. By July, he decided to go on another crime spree. First, allegedly using a photograph of his father's credit card to buy a bus ticket to West Virginia, although he only made it as far as Cleveland before being taken in by a hospital after reports from concerned members of the public.
He took a picture of the credit card that he gets as on this payee, and somehow got a bus ticket to go to Greyhound, and ran away and never told anybody until he got to Cleveland, until we got the police call from the Cleveland Police Department, and they were going to send the Metro to have the hospital evaluate him and see what they're going to do with him.
He was discharged from this hospital a few days later, to his dismay. Officers and others attempted to help him find a shelter, but instead he found himself in a Lutheran hospital, likely because he had threatened to go play in traffic. The day after, Andrew was again discharged from the Lutheran hospital because there was nothing actually wrong with him, but he took it even worse this time, proceeding to go and actually sit in traffic.
Severely autistic. From what we can gather, he's from New York.
Have you heard about this guy yet?
No.
It's all fake.
It's all fake.
It's all fake. He's from, yeah, that's our
paperwork from New York.
We went over and roll call. This is like from New York. This is what he does.
Okay.
Just play the game.
Talk to my partner.
I got you. Yep. Okay.
The Cleveland police were called to the scene where Andrew was being attended to by the fire service. One officer attempted to talk to Andrew while being transported to the hospital, but Andrew became increasingly irate and claimed the officer was accusing him of faking autism. During this trip, Andrew was reported by another officer to have soiled himself.
You say I fake!
Andrew, I know about that.
You say I fake! You say I fake!
So Andrew,
I don't want help.
We tried to take you to 2100 and you refused to go to 2100. Okay?
You say I fake!
To the shelter.
You say I fake!
So what are we
going
to do?
I want to die, please! I don't deserve it! You said I...
He was given a bed at the hospital, but when an officer was trying to communicate their concerns about Andrew to a nurse, Andrew overheard it and became increasingly angry before attempting one of his classic head-banging tantrums. First, trying to hit his head against the wall and then the floor before being restrained by the cops. After being calmed down, he was placed under arrest, at which point he was transported to the county jail.
Right now you're being detained.
For what?
You're being detained for disorderly conduct.
For what?
Okay, for what happened out in the street, Okay, there's a lot of people that called in, okay?
Yeah.
And then also with what just happened here, man.
I can't help it.
Okay, Andrew.
It appeared that Andrew was in high demand, as the day after this, the city of Tonawanda also issued a warrant for Andrew's arrest. From all angles, the walls were finally closing in on him, but as we've seen, Mr. Ditch is a surprisingly slippery customer, and at the start of August, after a court appearance, he posted bond and then hopped on a Greyhound back to Buffalo, although he would disembark in Erie before being admitted to a hospital there, subsequently being discharged, and then making the same kind of threats, although this time they were proven to be hollow.
So here I go. I'm trying to reach over there to wash. You see, it's a little hard for me. You see how have to try to put it back in my hand in a certain way to be able to wash. Same there. I'm trying to do it on my own.
Andrew would continue to provide coverage of his time in Erie while both Tonawanda and Cleveland awaited his return. He would still continue to be creepy, but there was something about being a wanted man that rendered him comparatively quieter to earlier on in the year. At the end of September, he began bragging about what he claimed to be a group home he was in, but this didn't really make any sense, as we'd already seen how many hoops you have to jump through to be considered for a group home. But wherever he was actually hiding out, there was a roof over his head, with some form of care being delivered to him. He would spend the next few months here while using his time to continue posting content that was equally gross and offensive, throwing his tantrums.
You're going to tell me to go get hit by a car to find a park bench? Fine, Andy, we'll go get hit by a car and find a park bench if you told me to. You put me in danger. You said to go find a park bench. Whoa, I can't cross streets. I'm already telling you, put me in danger. And I have you on recording. I want your supervisor.
Living out his delusions of having no bodily autonomy and being cared for, all while soaking up any and all attention.
What?
You're a sex symbol.
What's that?
You've got a weird crowd of women on the some mostly dudes. They're in love with you.
That is sick.
It's not sick. Why do you gotta think that's sick, bro? You're a grown man. You're a normal man.
Because I don't have that kind of relationship. That's just disgusting.
I don't believe you, brother.
This was probably the most stable living situation that Andrew had ever since leaving his parents' house. But time in the Andyverse moves differently.
Because I live in a middle place between world and time.
And it was still only a few months before Andrew would make an announcement on one of his side accounts that he would be leaving this group home as well in 2025. He stated he would be sleeping on the streets and that the staff are forcing him to wear diapers, something that a person like Andrew would never want to do.
I just can't do it. I can't.
This was due to another argument he had with crisis services, where he tried to Karen them into compliance with his demands of supervision.
You don't even want to help me calm down. You don't even want to help me. You don't take me seriously. I can't cope with change. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I'm scared. I'm confused. And you leave me with no support.
I'm so sorry you're feeling scared and confused right now. I've given you many suggestions that could help you.
Goodbye. I'm running away. You can't do anything about it. You can't put me on 302 because I know it's not safe crossing streets or being left alone, and nobody's here to supervise me, and I don't care if I get hurt, because at the end of the day, it's on your line and your job. Goodbye.
It's the usual self-pitying, self-victimizing routine that you would come to expect from him, climaxing with him throwing his toys as he always does, trying to provoke concern from people, but just being met with the same exhaustion that everyone eventually ends up feeling.
I called my dad. He had me call Royal, and Royal said they're coming in an hour to come out. But so that's the plan. But the problem is, I called you guys to help me calm down, and you guys are failing to help me. Whenever I call you guys, it's a competition of who's right, who's smart, who's dumb, who's retarded. You guys can't do that to me. And
one way or another, he ends up back with a roof over his head, continuing to lecture people on why they should pander to his every desire.
What? Oh no. Feel in court. Don't talk to me. I have a right to be left alone. At this point, leave me alone. I'm recording this. I don't want to deal with this. Goodbye. You don't want to help me. Goodbye. I don't want to hear it.
The problem is, when those kinds of people exist, Andrew will always just walk over them. And it seems that wherever he was at this moment was one of those places. They indulged his fantasy, so he kept them around. But he was still abusive and unpleasant. This was the person who repeatedly declared that this sort of living arrangement would help him stand on his own 2 feet. But he was still lying down with his legs in the air, waiting for someone to change his diaper.
That's my Aunt Diane, yes. Do you mind? She's my advocate because I cannot communicate the stuff that's going on.
Nevertheless, 2025 brought some rough news for Andrew. His aunt, Diane, who had briefly advocated for him in the past, had died. Although they parted ways on rather sour terms, it would be understandable for Andrew to experience some difficult emotions. In the community tab for one of his side channels, whose name was now changed to Michael Ditch is a Bully, Andrew proceeds to launch a scathing attack of his extended family, including multiple accusations of SA, including against his half-brother Michael, who he says assaulted him when he couldn't talk. He also accuses his Aunt Sue of faking her disability and age regression because she wants her granddaughter to clean her up, which once again sounds like projection on Andrew's front. Andrew then proceeds to dox his half-brother, while also saying that his parents lied about the incident when Mike didn't do it. But if he didn't, then why is Andrew doxing him? For the love of the game? He then sees that someone on Reddit reported his post, and so he decides to accuse them of being one of his relatives, and then proceeds to dox Michael's relatives. Andrew always had a strange relationship with his childhood trauma, regularly changing his mind on who the guilty party is, even appearing to change his mind in this series of community posts, but it certainly pointed towards the attention he desired whenever something happened in his family. And even though he was many miles away, Andrew would continue making life for his father miserable, acting like a spoiled brat and wasting his father's money, regularly giving him phone calls, all while his hedonistic lifestyle was bankrolled by that exact person.
What are you doing, Andrew?
Canceling my benefits.
Why?
Because...
I thought you can't do that according to Will.
No, according to APS I can. According to you and APS, you guys give me that permission to do that.
Well, I never gave you permission.
Yeah, you did. I
Your
don't
mother
need
didn't
it.
either.
I
Your
don't
mother's the
need
boss.
your permission of yes or
Get
no.
back into things and stay there and keep
No.
your medicine and your medication. Right, Ma?
No, I don't have to.
Andy, I had a real tough day today because
Oh
of
well, tough shit. You don't want to do guardian shit.
A lot of his care was coming from an organization called Royal Home Healthcare Services. They're a business based out of Erie whose mission is to, quote, deliver compassionate, personalized, and high-quality care that empowers individuals to live with dignity, independence, and comfort in their own homes. Until recently, their reviews were pretty unanimously positive, but they were also the people who were hired to care for Andrew and Andrew's high-demand needs. Because this was an organized company designed to please the customer, this likely meant they had a higher tolerance for Andrew's antics. But of course, more tolerance just means that Andrew pushes the boundaries more, but everyone does have their limits.
Wait. Everybody, if you want me to eat poop, I need you to subscribe to my channel. Wait.
It's on recording because you say I don't need any help. You rather help someone else who needs it.
I didn't say
You pick and choose who you want to help, and now I don't want any help to make it easier for me.
Well, you know that's not true what you just said. So
I don't want help now.
You were making stuff up and you were lying. So
What? I'm lying that you won't follow
Yes,
medical
you're lying.
order?
So I think you're lying.
Your own doctor said I need a guardian too.
Well, I told you a judge needs to appoint that, not the doctor. So that's.
But you won't do
That's what I
that.
told you,
So Andy don't have to have any help.
Well, you, like I said, you're twisting this around, and it's
I
not
don't
true
want
what
it.
happened.
I don't want help because
Listen to me. You're twisting this around, and it's not what happened today.
I don't want help because I'm an adult. I make decisions. You said I don't need it, and you can't cherry pick when you want to do something. So deal with your choices. I'll have you. I'm recording this call and I'm putting it on YouTube. Okay?
That's fine, Andy. You can do that. You make your own decisions as well.
Yeah,
So
because you said I don't need it.
want our help.
Yeah, because you guys say I don't need it. And Adult Protective Services says I don't need it.
I don't want help because you said you'll need it.
Taking care of yourself, then.
In many ways, Andrew was finally receiving the treatment he desired, but it was never going to be enough for him. That was the point. He would always move the goalposts as to what the solution would be to help him function properly. And whenever somebody gave him what he wanted, he would just ask for more. This is the situation he found himself in Erie, Pennsylvania. He was in a living facility that accommodated his needs, he had carers who were responsive and involved, and he had somebody else paying for all of it. And it still was never enough, because the only thing that Andrew really wanted was an excuse to continue being the way he is. And whenever someone encouraged him to be more independent, he would twist their words and accuse them of suggesting he doesn't need help.
You said I need help.
And look, why did you?
Because you said I don't need any help.
Okay, are you gonna listen to me?
No, I'm not wearing it. Just
okay,
leave
you don't
me
have to
alone.
wear it. Just listen to me.
I'm leaving because you said I don't need help
Alright,
putting it on.
You can leave or whatever, but let me speak.
No,
first,
because
okay?
you said I don't need your help. So please leave me alone.
I never said you.
Please leave me alone. You said I don't. You said I can do it on my own and I don't need it.
However, because he truly didn't want to mess up his current arrangements, his content mostly stagnated, reduced to his typical bitching and whining to whoever would listen, which was still as insufferable as ever, but significantly less entertaining. A lot of the time that he wasn't bickering, he was reflecting on his greatest hits and trying to rewrite the record. The issue was that by now, he was infamous to the point where his reach left niche internet circles and was making their way over to more mainstream creators.
And I think Andrew knows that something like that is coming for him. That this current situation, whether it's a program he's in or a group home, is not going to last forever.
His lack of control over the narrative online and the volume of content of which he couldn't just strike down seemed to gradually be pushing him off the platform, in spite of his occasional video crashouts. Andrew may have found housing in the real world, but he was quickly becoming an online vagrant. He would make one last post on his side channel, which he renamed to "I'm the Cash Cow Lol Cow," attempting to prove that he didn't fake documents referring to his symptoms, despite admitting to doing so previously.
You got me.
However, after this, his digital footprint would significantly shrink, with many of his channels and socials that he posted on being deleted. He would claim in a post at the end of February that this was done at the request of the staff, and that he's doing so much better now and is receiving good care. He says that these staff are now the first point of contact for practically anything, so it will be very hard for people to reach him or even bother him.
I want to just be left alone, and I ripped up my diapers because he says I don't need help with it. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to be this way anymore. I don't want help anymore.
So, was this the end of the Poop Squatch saga? Not really, but his behavior did become more patchy and erratic.
And I will be living my life and fixing my life with the help of others.
Over the next few months, he would return to different channels, uploading videos and text posts whenever he came into conflict with the staff, whom he alleges were controlling his habits online. Andrew would also seemingly post content in Reddit threads, defending himself and attacking his family, but he didn't do it as himself. He used an alt account to pretend to be some innocent onlooker. Some of these were actually pretty articulate, but the more people read them, the more they seemed to be written by ChatGPT. Meanwhile, others were more unrestrained in their emotion. Around this time, a few AI-generated channels also popped up to defend Andrew, which most people assumed to be him as well.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the channel. I am Ryan, and so today we're going to be talking about another person who is a victim of this sick cult. This guy name is Andrew Ditch.
Is this what you do with your life? Really, I mean, like, you go after a guy who has autism, who has been trying to, for years to try to get it. You know, Andrew.
However, some evidence seemed to point towards an individual by the name of David Nguyen, another person who appears to have a bit of a rap sheet. But you can't really blame people for thinking that these were Andrew's accounts. It's definitely something he would do. But in the meantime, he was posting on his own accounts, seemingly circumventing the device ban imposed by staff to talk about his life.
I am happy, unlike somebody who has no one in their lives, so they make it up by attack disability people for laughs and get paid for it.
There were the occasional updates from others who were in the know, including his brother, who mentioned at the start of April that Andrew's supposedly being evicted in 10 days because of his destructive activities, sharing his disappointment about what was going on.
We learned today that he's going to be evicted in 10 days. I don't like bringing that stuff up about my brother and that, but, you know, I get it, you know. He keeps kicking out his aides and workers, and the place where he's at is just basically at their end. So we don't know what is going to happen with him, and we don't want to bring up his stuff, not in order for him to only have to move it in like 10 days, because it'll be silly. And he has potential, but he doesn't like to use his potential.
A few days later, Joe would upload again, stating that Andrew had given him a call about his video, threatening to call the police if he didn't take it down.
And he demanded me to take down the video, or he's going to call the police. Andrew, we can't. I can't. Thing is that, you know, he's a difficult person to deal with.
Andrew would later post a response to his brother, sharing a letter allegedly from the healthcare services that claimed he was being released due to a lack of staff.
I have this letter to show you real quick. So you see, I'm not being evicted for giving anyone a hard time.
Have you ever heard of sugarcoating, Andrew? Ever wonder who might have caused that staffing shortage?
But what I want to be able to say is that I am doing really well. It's just they don't have the staffing to help me.
Everything seemed to show that Andrew was still as dishonest and unreliable of a narrator as we already know him to be. But it also showed his narcissism in drumming up a campaign against his brother, even though he was hardly the highlight of the video.
I thought everything was going well with my mother. It did for a short while, and she's not eating again. So, well, she's eating, but more like how a guinea pig or a gerbil will eat, very little. That's not good because of the procedure that she is going for.
Yes, even though Andrew was obsessed with what Joe was saying about him, maybe he should have been more concerned about what Joe was saying about his mother. Janet had already been moved to a care home the year before, but here it seems that she was struggling to eat any food, despite a recent surgery requiring her to, expressing some uncertainty about her ability to keep fighting.
I had hopes that she still had the will to fight. I had hopes that she wants to remain with us. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
I think most people, even the shitty ones, would probably care about these details. Andrew doesn't, but maybe he should have, as on the 30th of April, 2025, Janet Ditch would pass away, with Joe sharing an update on his Facebook. Andrew wasn't there when she passed, but he was certainly there in the Facebook comment section to post that he felt sad, mad, confused, lost, scared, hurt, and don't know. This is a natural response to grief, and he leaves a message saying that she will be loved and missed. A soft, touching tribute to the woman who raised him. He could leave this here and move forward in grief, but of course he doesn't. A few hours later, he posts a longer comment stating that he wants her to know that he has help for his disability and needs, and that her hard work paid off. He was hoping that he'd be able to see her the next day, but had just missed her. He then forgives her for not accepting his incontinence and says that the autism wasn't her fault either. Okay. He also writes that he wanted to go back before she had a heart attack when he was working with all kinds of help. He then calls out the local hospital and apologizes for having a hard time functioning because he needed a predictable environment. He then name drops the person taking care of him and requests if she could be at the funeral as well. To prove that he really cares, he shares a screensaver of his mom on his phone. What is even happening at this point? I'm trying to be a little bit more sensitive here than I usually am because people process grief in different ways, but this is a comment that feels written for everyone but his mother. Andrew forgiving her for something that he perpetuated is probably one of the most insane things he could do in the situation, but this is a statement engineered to impose his own narrative for those reading, lamenting that before she had a heart attack, he was being cared for adequately, implying that this was the reason that his symptoms manifested so late in life, apologizing that he had a hard time behaving because he couldn't do things in a predictable environment, rather than apologizing for his many unwanted outbursts and abusive behavior while he knew she was suffering because he couldn't see past his own needs.
Your mother is on oxygen and has been hospitalized several times due to breathing problems.
Yeah.
And she calls to complain because this aggravates her breathing
And she didn't even tell me to turn it off. I was on the phone with crazy services.
You know what? I'm asking you to shut it off.
Get a court order, then I'll do it.
No, can I get there? I came across the street. I'm leaving. Just move the fuck out of my way. I can't take your abuse. You're responsible to protect people like me!
Andrew would also respond to other comments that weren't directed towards him specifically, making it about himself and his living situation. He responded to someone commenting about how to process grief, explaining his schedule and why he wasn't there, before mentioning his incontinence and hygiene issues again. Around a day later, he posts 4 sobbing emojis before sending another tribute statement. This one is much more respectful, but it has been edited in some way by AI, just on account of its perfect spelling and grammar, and the fact that he accidentally posted the full message in the description of a video, which includes the ChatGPT bot responding to him. Surely this has to be intentional in some way.
Joe called me last night and said that apparently people are accusing me of making some very dangerous and sick threats about my mom, and that's not true.
I don't know if ChatGPT removed any of his usual self-victimizing from the comment, but it still wouldn't be able to take it out of his content. And as nice as it would be to hear a video just about his mother, we don't do nice here.
I'm still in my same group home. Everybody says, oh, I did bad, I deserve to be evicted. Well, if you guys look, I'm still here.
This news would finally bring Andrew back to Tonawanda and see him reunited with his family, posting another update to his channel later on, never neglecting to mention about being off routine and overstimulated. On the day of the funeral, Andrew puts on a suit and says, "Take a look at me, going to work," clearly mocking people who tell him to find a job. He then posts the same picture again and announces to everyone that his father and brother helped him change his diaper, really showing that there is nothing he won't share with the public. It seems that the last month had brought Andrew back online, and even if it was on different accounts, it was still the same old Andrew. When Andrew was arrested for poisoning his family, there was a comment from a mother whose sympathy and efforts were taken advantage of by Andrew. We knew around this time that he was posting in Facebook groups for sympathy, but we didn't really have too much record of it happening or how it happened. This time around, though, we were treated to the full Andrew Ditch experience. One of his favorite groups was the Autism Awareness for Parents and Family Support Group. This was a venting space for him, and he would go there to ask for advice on problems he had no intent on solving, likely just looking for someone who would justify one of his overreactions while also responding to other people's threads and trying to provide his infinite wisdom. Many of these people who post in these groups aren't actually autistic, they're the parents of autistic children, as well as people who are caring for autistic people. So they're often more sympathetic when Andrew talks to them about his plight, not realizing his ruse.
Now I'm going to have to go back to New York State.
100% you're incompetent in certain areas, in certain areas you're not incompetent.
No, Dad. That's not what the hospital said at all.
Bullshit. I'm not going to get into it.
Um,
This recording, I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Dad, I have the medical records from the hospital and my doctor. You don't like to hear the truth.
Andrew had previously been posting in an autism support group before his old account was removed because he was doxing underage members of it on his YouTube channel. However, with this new account, he began to interact with a variety of groups, mostly switching between storm chasing groups and the autism awareness page, providing way too many details and choosing interesting posts to respond to. However, his personal page was awash with posts too, many of them mentioning a royal caregiver by the name of Nicole. She seems to be the individual who he mentioned in the response to the announcement that his mother had passed away, and it seems that he had developed a pretty close bond with her, closer than the bond he shared between himself and anyone else. The issue was that they seemed to be growing a little too close, to the point where she felt comfortable sharing a lot of her life with him, including her children, who Andrew would be seen playing Fortnite and Roblox with, and who he would call his friends.
I'm just done with Fortnite for today. For now.
You're done with it?
Yeah, just for now. I'm gonna be coming to your house in a little bit.
How you know?
Because Nicole told me.
Oh, cool. I'll see you then.
Andrew had breached the privacy of and endangered many kids in the past with his behavior, and in autism groups, he is suspiciously involved in comment sections about children, sometimes even the ones where certain interests of Andrew are being discussed. Unfortunately, I think you'd be well within your rights to say that Andrew cannot be trusted around anyone underage, and his weird, obsessive posting didn't give people any more confidence that he should be. Yet, Nicole appeared to be Andrew's rock.
The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Even when he was having a bad day with other caregivers, he could always rely on her, and she seemed to be the one person who believed him. However, with the concerns that we mentioned before, somebody decided to confront this Nicole person over their relationship with Andrew. An account by the name of Rose Chews Pickle first posted a brief interaction where it seemed that Nicole was preparing to send over medical documents that would prove that Andrew had autism. Shortly after, this user posted the full context, where Nicole was seen saying that the entire internet was wrong about Andrew, that he was unfairly bullied, and that he has the mind of an 8 or 9-year-old, completely believing the many lies that Andrew had fed her. She claims that evidence is taken out of context, and although certain behaviors like doxing may appear a certain way, you need to look at the whole picture, something that only she is capable of doing. Nicole continues to defend his behavior with various explanations and excuses that seem to suggest that she had fully fallen for his ruse. She genuinely believed that he was too socially stunted to understand the consequences of his actions. However, what was most troubling was Nicole's willingness to offer up medical documents to a random stranger online. And although she was using it in Andrew's defense, the notion that she would just provide someone's medical documents without any respect to any procedure seemed to concern the poster. And they would post another statement sharing that they had taken their concerns to the Royal Home Healthcare Services. A few days later, Andrew would begin posting online again, and as it turns out, Nicole had been relieved of her duties following what happened. And so Andrew would make a call to Royal requesting their services, but the person on the line reveals that Andrew had fired everyone and that he didn't want anybody.
Is there someone coming in today? As I have a poopy bed and wet bed, and I need help with that.
A poopy bed.
And nobody helped me with, nobody is here to help me with my medicine, and nobody's here to feed my roommates.
You fired us, remember?
I didn't fire anyone.
You fired us.
I fired everyone?
You didn't want oil anymore. You said you did not want oil anymore.
I had 14 days, you told me.
Right, and you said you didn't want anybody.
It seems that finally, after countless months with Royal, they had just about had enough, with the person over the phone laying into Andrew's self-serving, manipulative pattern of behavior.
You know, I'm sorry. I'll just make it plain because you're putting me, my health and safety in danger.
If you honestly are being serious and you want to answer, then stop talking and let me talk. Because you try to constantly control these conversations with your rambling, and everybody's fed up with it.
And I'm fed up with you abusing me and neglecting me. And you have no right doing that, and I'm asking for help.
You can't listen. You can't listen to anybody else's side of anything. That's the problem.
Yes, you want to control how I live, and you don't want to help me. You're the professional supposed to be helping your patients.
All right, well, if you stop long enough and quit talking, I'll explain to you what your schedule looks like.
Immediately, Andrew, because he's incapable of taking any criticism, had to raise his voice to hide the fact that he's been shown for who he really is.
Stop swearing or the call's gonna end.
I need help. You can't neglect somebody's medical needs.
Andrew, if you want respect and you want us to treat
you don't respect me, and I'm asking you for help.
Right, and I'm asking you to stop swearing at me or I'm going to end the call.
And I'm asking you for help and you're just giving me a hard time on helping me every single call.
No, I'm not, so quit changing it around.
You are, I have you on tape again, doing it.
Andrew.
I need help. I don't care what you're saying, I need somebody to help me. You can't neglect patients' physical needs either.
You showed it to the card yesterday, and you have your time on. And you know how to tell time.
I cannot tell time. I cannot tell time. I am time blind. Okay?
Andrew,
I do not have lapse.
Come on.
You know.
Listen, everybody is seeing through this, okay? You're sending pictures and elaborate emails to everybody in every agency all day long. You can read, you can write, you can tell time. You know what time it is. If the caregiver's not there on time, you know that. You call and say, oh, they're not here.
I had to wake up in a wet bed. What are you going to say? I can't wake up in a wet bed. Uncomfortable bed because you put me... Oh my God. I'm glad I'm recording this.
As am I, Andy. As am I.
You are being a bully.
Because you're trying to say that I don't need any help is what you're saying.
I am scared because I don't understand what will happen and what it'd be like.
Andrew, I'm not listening to that machine. You can talk.
This is how it always ends with Andrew, with someone no longer willing to put up with his entitled bullshit. But this time, the person on the other side of the phone knew how to make Andrew's whining completely irrelevant, putting into words the feelings of so many people who Andrew has shouted over.
How you guys found her profile on Facebook, who knows how you did that. Do you see this right here? She always asked me before she said anything if it was okay.
From this point onwards, Andrew continued to crash out online, uploading various unhinged videos, arguing with people in the comment sections, and posting long walls of text on his Facebook, hoping that he can filibuster his way out of the mess he's landed himself in. But as we've seen before, he only has himself to blame. His desire to return to the status quo that was there before would lead him to make increasingly unhinged statements, including calling the 11-year-old child he was hanging out with a big brother, and then becoming increasingly upset over the phone when he's told he can't just invite children over to his place.
Alright, well, if you are inviting him over to help you with things, then that's fine. I'm talking about her bringing her kid to work.
So I can't invite a kid here?
I shouldn't, no.
Why can't I invite a kid here? If their parents give permission.
Because you're an adult.
I'm an adult.
Yeah.
Oh, so is there...
A 12-year-old man shouldn't be hanging around with an 11-year-old little boy.
What's the problem with that?
Because you've got behavioral issues, you know.
Yeah?
It's not an appropriate situation.
You'll never guess what happens next.
I think you're discriminating against me because of rumors about the internet.
I have to go. I don't got anything else to say about it.
Yeah, well, I'll call the police because you are taking away my... okay. Okay, so I'm calling the cops.
Andy, my brother, please do not die on this hill.
Hi, can you send a police officer to me? Because there might have been a crime committed. I might have made a crime. I may have committed a crime, with having a visitor who is 11 years old here at my room.
What the fuck is going on here?
This was definitely one of Andrew's more interesting demands, and his expectations for justice on the matter never came to fruition. Eventually, he went back to throwing tantrums about the usual inconveniences, but the stench of his behavior over the situation would rightfully leave many feeling uneasy.
Some people have some sick minds, even at 12 years old, but I don't even have the language that that kid had. I don't even know what milk is and stuff like that. Did your dad milk you? Did you milk you? Did he get milked yet? And I don't know what that stuff is. And then he told me what it was, and I'm like, dude, you're gross.
Nicole seemed very misguided in how she perceived Andrew, but in spite of the very valid concerns, she continued to see the best in him. And after his persistent public promotion of her personal Facebook page led people to share their issues, she lost her job. For many, this was justified. But for Andrew, if it was such a great injustice, why did he spend longer fighting to have a caregiver's child at his house than just to have the caregiver rehired? The truth is that Andrew doesn't care about you the moment he can't serve his perverse needs.
I'm suing you for malpractice. I'm calling a lawyer to sue you for malpractice Monday morning. Okay, you're a nurse, and you cannot do this to me. I don't want you to treat me like this anymore, and I want people to stop abusing me and respect my disability. You're giving me a hard time like I do every single time with me.
You're just not being told what you want to hear.
No, you don't want to hear what I'm... No, Jamie, you don't like what I'm hearing. That's why you don't want to deal with me. That's why you give me a hard time, so you pass me on to someone else.
After repeated conflicts with his healthcare provider over the fact that his demands would not be met, he would crash out in 2 final videos on July 5th. One where he calls the agency, really just as a means to complain, as it appears he's just about done with this care provider.
You can't do anything about it because you have made mind up. I'm an adult, don't need help, just choosing not to do things that
I cannot do for myself. And that's not allowed. And I will hold you accountable with my criminal and civil actions I took against UPMC again.
He then uploads a video of him running away again as an attempt to prove that he needs help. The video shows him crossing the road, not being hit, and at one point even stopping due to the cars passing by.
Uh-oh! I'm scared! I'm scared. I'm not getting help. I'm in cross street. That's why I need help.
The title is meant to be sarcastic, but it proves the opposite of what he was hoping to show, which is that he can clearly interact with risk factors and make logic-based decisions. After this, the channel becomes another casualty of Andrew's whims as it was deleted. He would send another post to the Autism Awareness Group informing them he was going to be offline. Again, I guess. But he would continue to be active in the Facebook group here and there. However, the most activity from him came from his Google reviews, where he attempted to sabotage the review score of the Royal Home Healthcare Services. He began by posting under the alias Tina, a lady who allegedly found a letter in her mailbox from an unnamed autistic man. She decided to take the note at face value and leave a negative review, sharing photos that she allegedly found online. One of these pictures featured literal shit, in case there was ever any doubt about who posted this. Another review went live shortly after, and this one was by a guy named John, a concerned neighbor of an unnamed autistic person, which had pretty similar content and photos as well. Andrew also posted an updated review, providing full analysis of the numerous failures to provide him adequate care, once again blowing up any sense that this is a person unable to articulate their needs. In this highly detailed statement, he shares that there has been a massive purge within the staff since he's shown a light on the various breaches of safety. He also goes into detail explaining how to repair a sink, something he knows so much about that I'm surprised he isn't doing it himself. He complains about the lack of basic care for his roommates, mentioning that one spends their day in soiled diapers. I wonder who that roommate is. He also claims that a non-royal caregiver cleaned the entire house before Royal forbade them from working there. Calm down, Shakespeare. He then talks about these neighbors who hear about this injustice being horrified when they investigate, and all collectively deciding that the solution is to leave negative reviews on Google. He then says one of the employees is attempting to sabotage his efforts to find actual care, reporting that Andrew is supposedly independent, and that if this happens, he'd have to go to a nursing home. A terrifying outcome. At least it would be for the nurses. This is then followed with a list of all the violations that have occurred under royal supervision, which Andrew says constitute severe neglect and endangerment. Despite being more than happy to post loads of photos on his alt accounts, this review doesn't have any attached. Although it does have a rant in all caps where he talks about how well he's doing now, bragging about being able to play Fortnite again. He shares that he's actually doing so much better now in the care of a new organization who respects his needs, comparing his new arrangements to his previous relationship with Nicole. Finally, he's settling down once and for all to live a life under the guidance and care of a company that truly looks out for him. And so the cycle starts again.
You're hurting my ears. You're hurting my ears. You're hurting my ears. Move. You're hurting my ears. You're hurting my ears. You're hurting my ears. Oh, you're hurting my ears. He's hurting my ears.
Now, on YouTube, I've talked about a lot of weird people in my time. People who are just trying to fulfill their desires without any regard for the consequences of their actions. But Andrew Ditch is unlike anyone who's been featured on my channel before. There is something uniquely terrible about him.
I want my group home, Dad.
It's not up to me. It's up to.
And I need my documents. I've been telling you this.
Well, hey, Andy. I can't erase your phone. And Andrew?
I need my computer.
Andrew isn't just interested in pursuing his sick desires at any and all cost. He makes it an issue of human decency, essentially conflating people's reluctance to fulfill his cravings as their neglect of a disabled person. But let's be clear, Andrew was never disabled, at least not in the sense he claims to be.
The air might be freezing up in here, which is why it's not getting any more air. There you go. And that's how you clean your computer.
Andrew may not have been the sharpest knife in the drawer, but he was not without talent or ability. That was apparent from his early videos and the fact that he operated a business that offered services to satisfied locals. Yet, he was upset with how he was processed through the healthcare system. Over intelligence tests that often implied he was slightly lower functioning than most people. He was obsessed with this idea that he could be a savant, an extremely intelligent but socially challenged autistic person. He wanted to have this aura where he struggled to interact but could recall every detail of his passions seamlessly. He wanted autism to explain his own personal shortcomings rather than just accepting he was a little slow in certain areas and has interests. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but the thing about true genius is that it's rare. But for all his struggles growing up, through countless psychiatric appointments and assessments, the discussion of autism is never mentioned once. This doesn't mean that he didn't need any form of support, but he was capable of breaking down complex tasks into manageable steps, which is really the solution for working through conditions that might cause you to feel overwhelmed by certain jobs and chores. The question that sits over all of this behavior is questioning how you go from jamming out at Five Finger Death Punch concerts to being upset by the sound of a trumpet.
So you need all three of those, okay? Then you need the restricted repetitive behaviors, but you only need 2 of the following criteria.
Autism can be challenging to deal with. People will experience it differently, and it is on a spectrum. But I think in spite of all the mimicry he took part in, what made his ruse obvious to professionals and those who may not have had access to the treasure trove of evidence we have today is how clearly he was able to communicate his needs and his grasp on what exactly he wanted. I'm not a psychologist, but I have read a few books, and the issue of being unable to do something for yourself despite the physical capability is that you struggle to process it. Andrew showed no issue in actually processing these tasks. He just repeatedly stated that he couldn't do them. And when people presented practical solutions that many autistic people use themselves to help manage such challenges, he would reject them. This wasn't someone who can't. This was someone who wouldn't. And when he was challenged on this, he would do anything in his power to have his way.
You're not listening, Andrew, because I'm trying to talk you through it and you're refusing to listen.
I had the steps. You're a f***ing retard. I had the steps.
So why is it okay for you to call me that?
Cause the nurse don't treat people like this, and you know what? You know what? I'm glad. Can I try cooking something? Can I try cooking something? Yeah, cause you said I don't need any help. You said don't need any help taking my medicine. Don't need help with anything. Okay, great. I'm running away because you said I don't need any help, and I can't handle this. You're abusing and neglecting me, and you don't want to accept my medical records and diagnosis. I can't handle what you're doing to me. I can't handle your abuse and your discrimination and denial of my diagnosis and needs. I'm aware of my needs, and you're abusive because you want to try to form me into somebody who I'm not able to live like because I have a disability.
Andrew's responses to any form of criticism was much more akin to that of a delusional narcissist, shouting and abusing people who would dare point out his toxic traits. His demands were extreme and unreasonable, constantly changing, with him being pretty proactive in making sure they weren't met, and his perception of reality is just outright delusional at points, viewing himself through a twisted victim complex where he would become aggressive and hostile if his food was too cold. For him to associate any of this behavior with a meltdown completely misunderstands the concept of a meltdown, because Andrew's behavior was often premeditated, deliberate, and malicious. A meltdown is typically self-defeating. It's a collapse of a person's ability to process a situation. Perhaps Andrew's tantrums were self-defeating, but many of them were designed within the fantasy he created. He wanted to be validated. These meltdowns were to serve a purpose. He wanted to be infantilized and nurtured by other people. He wants to use the word meltdown because he knows that it's perceived by many only as involuntary. But Andrew chose to behave the way he did every time because he wanted a specific outcome. That is the literal difference between a meltdown and a tantrum. To use the autistic banner in such a way is not just insulting to autistic people, but also to the hardworking people who give up precious time from their lives to improve the lives of others. Andrew came into contact with many of these people, abused their good faith, and then exhausted their sympathy. In 2025, there was a post on Reddit that started making the rounds. It was from someone who claimed to be a friend of one of Andrew's old caseworkers, Erica. It revealed that Erica had worked tirelessly over the course of days without pay to try and sort out a place for him to stay. When she arranged an assessment with a supported housing agency, Andrew sabotaged it with his most far-fetched story yet. And when she took herself off his case, he then proceeded to harass her and spread lies and misinformation about her, claims that are corroborated from the email we looked at earlier. It's likely this isn't the only story, but it is illuminating of Andrew's mentality, one that stands independently from any diagnosis. Erica tried to warn other people, but they insisted on, quote, finding out the hard way, possibly because they had the same mentality that Erica did when she first worked with him, when she was taken in by the illusion.
You know I'm 36 years old. I'm autistic, right?
No, I don't know. I never knew you got a diagnosis.
I have a diagnosis, and you're failing to do it.
The path of destruction that Andrew leaves isn't just physical ruin, it's a psychological attrition that affects people's livelihoods and their ability to work in these fields. His actions and treatment of others likely caused someone else somewhere else to suffer because people like him drive care workers out of the occupation and deplete precious resources. Unfortunately, Andrew is far from the only example of this kind of person, but his nature to upload it and preach about it online finally gave viewers a righteous target, a representation of the kind of freak that you'd think would be too embarrassed to post about what they're up to.
You treat me like I'm stupid or I'm fake and I choose to be this way, and I'm ripping up every diaper and you're cleaning it up.
Part of me wonders whether Andrew always knew he would be hated or if he was just too stupid to pull off a convincing act. However, I think his obsessively online behavior was rooted in an insecurity that he wanted to control the narrative over those in his life. He saw a culture that would often rally around the less fortunate and believed that they would do the same for him if he could publish his struggle in a compelling way. He believed that they would view his outbursts as emotional responses to unfair treatment, but much of the time, the injustices he claimed to suffer were so slight that his reaction could never be excused, even if he was autistic. Nobody is exempt from the principle that personal boundaries should be respected. Nobody. How can they exist in a regular society otherwise?
Andrew Ditch is a disgusting and deplorable individual. It is infuriating how he acts, treats his family, and makes a mockery of the medical system.
This principle inspired the reception he was met with online. He may have thought that by committing to his persona even more, by engaging in progressively disturbed behaviors, that people would have begun to sincerely believe this ruse. But all it did was make him even more hateable when contrasted with his perfectly inoffensive earlier content. He tried multiple strategies throughout the years to turn the tide, creating fake accounts, reaching out to other outcasts, even changing the symptoms of his own alleged condition. He was always fighting a losing battle with the internet, whose archives have shown up all of his contradictory behavior. In 2025, an entire timeline was set up to document his descent into insanity, providing invaluable research for creators and spectators alike. I highly recommend it for anyone who wishes to learn even more about his story, and I'm gonna link it in the description below. But even without it, it doesn't take a genius to see what Andrew was doing.
I'm struggle, guys, I'm struggle. I just looking for idea help. Andy looking for idea help. It's really struggle. I'm just over those.
There are many examples in the evolution of his mannerisms, but the most obvious sign that he was exaggerating symptoms was the period of time where he flagrantly used third-person pronouns and replaced I with me in sentences. This was created by Andrew to mimic some of the more juvenile social behavior associated with autism, but when doctors identified it as not really having anything to do with autism, Andrew quickly phased it out again and now barely uses it at all. To Andrew, autism was a role play to try on different costumes until until he found one he was happy with, provided it came with a diaper. It's kind of crazy to me that Andrew's best impression of an autistic person comes across more like a Shane Gillis bit about having Down syndrome than it does any genuine attempt to act like he had it. He would come up with new methods to attract the most attention and then use autism as a fallback excuse. His lack of diagnosis wasn't just because some psychologists thought he didn't have autism, but it also came from the fact that he so brazenly wanted an autism diagnosis that they felt the integrity of the tests were already compromised. He went ahead with telling everyone that he had it anyway because it was literally his get out of jail free card, but it shouldn't have been. I don't think Andrew has autism, but even if he did, would it really change the person he is? Autistic people can be shitty too for reasons unrelated to their autism. Frankly, any mental condition can coexist with character deficiencies.
We just need you to sit in the wheelchair for right now. Okay?
I'm leaving!
That's fine, but I need you to sit in the wheelchair.
No, I want to leave!
Alright, but sit in the wheelchair.
No, I want to leave. It's my right.
I understand that, Andy.
You're holding me against my will. Am I being detained?
Listen to me. I'm asking.
Am I being detained or am I being arrested?
Andy, I'm just asking.
Am I being detained or am I being arrested?
Do not record me.
I am. You're holding me against my will. Am I being detained or am I being arrested?
Andy, I'm asking you to get off the floor and just...
Then get a court order for me to stay here.
It's very notable that so many people have tried to help Andrew with the intent that he would be receptive to their encouragement and advice. One thing I do agree with them on is that everyone deserves help. It's just that sometimes help looks different for different people. And I think we've seen Andrew cause harm to enough people in the healthcare industry to say that he needs a different kind of help. So this kind of help can be delivered fairly and reasonably to someone who will actually respond to it and improve. What is considered help for some people is just enabling for others. And that distinction needs to be recognized if Andrew can actually be helped in any way. Andrew is not improving. If anything, he's getting worse. He may not be sitting in traffic, but the content he posts is more concerning than ever, calling up agencies and demanding to know why he can't be besties with 11-year-olds in the same proximity of content where he constantly brings up the subject of his diapers, topics that he talks about in Facebook groups, all while trying to attract sympathy from mothers of autistic children who will entertain his self-serving pity parties and monologues. He's still vindictively attacking anyone who stood up to him, doxing employees, their families, and anyone who he holds a grudge against. For someone so incapable of remembering how to perform certain tasks, he can certainly keep the details of those who may have upset him close to mind. On the flip side, when people give Andrew everything he wants more. He needs to be the victim. He needs to have desires that are challenging to fulfill for a regular human being. So when they're not met, he can throw a tantrum. This says that even if Andrew knows not to self-destruct, he'll always end up destroying those around him. And is that a risk we should be willing to take?
What are you badmouthing me? Leave! You think I'm faking my sensory problems and my autism? Leave! You piece of... I don't want to be near you! You don't want to help me! You don't want to understand my problem solving! I'm too failure for you! Leave or I'm calling the police! I can call the police. You're trespassing!
Andrew isn't honest about his needs, he isn't honest about his feelings, and he isn't honest about the fact that a lot of this probably links back to early life experiences that have led him to often identify as an abusive figure. I can't really speak on that kind of knowledge. If adult psychology is difficult, child psychology is even harder. But autism feels like Andrew's smokescreen because he's not ready to admit that he is the bully. He hasn't trusted anyone enough to actually be honest with them, constantly posting everything online, violating his own privacy and theirs, and therefore never really being able to trust the people he speaks to. He has seen therapists, but I have no doubt that he's told them the same lies he tells everyone else, because we've seen him weaponize their words too. To begin fixing yourself, you can only really start by admitting everything that's broken, and Andrew is committed to doing the opposite, projecting his behavior onto everyone else. They don't believe it, and neither do we. The only question that remains is, does he believe it?
I don't want this autism, Mom. Teach me how to be schizophrenic, Mom, to make Dad happy.
Schizoaffective disorder is a combination of schizophrenia and a mood disorder. When Andrew had his assessment with Dr. Santa Maria, who diagnosed him with schizoaffective disorder, this diagnosis seemed to imply that the physician was under the impression that Andrew was experiencing delusional patterns of thinking that might lead him to think he was autistic. And it's an interesting point of view to integrate because we often see the manipulative behavior as an example of awareness of one's dishonest actions. Yet, if Andrew was genuinely suffering suffering from delusions and did believe that he was autistic, incontinent, and incapable of fixing it, then he would do whatever it takes to have that point of view validated. Even if it was unscrupulous, he would also believe that he was being persecuted when people expressed skepticism towards him. The one thing that all delusions have in common is that they are false beliefs. Outside of that, they can be as far-fetched or boring as you make them out to be. If Andrew sincerely holds these beliefs, they are obviously still delusions, but they're rooted in a reality that makes them tangible to other people. It's what makes it hard to spot serious disorders in people before it's too late. Andrew's obsession with bringing in someone who he claimed to be actually schizophrenic as an attempt to vindicate himself completely misses the point. That the point of a delusion is that the delusional person believes it, that they believe they're the normal one.
You were told by Christy Durford, who was my licensed mental health counselor. You were told by Dr. Frederick Elliott, my primary care doctor, who said I don't have capacity. But Dad, I don't have capacity. No, I don't have capacity. I don't shut my mouth because you know I'm right.
Just like someone seeking out attention, these are the kinds of people who won't be helped by a group home or any sort of living facility attended by a carer, because catering to their delusions won't make them go away. Like Andrew, they don't display normal patterns of thinking or speech. Many of Andrew's own breakdowns are marked by wild mood swings and incoherent thinking patterns, and poor personal care, which is also associated with this condition. Really, Andrew does exhibit many of the textbook symptoms of someone suffering from schizoaffective disorder. But what's the difference between a delusional person and a malingerer? Truth be told, only they know. Only Andrew knows.
Oh, don't worry, Annie. I
challenge everybody, including my friends, family, and all my Facebook friends, all on Facebook, with this Ice Plug challenge for AOS. Okay, that was cold.
That's it?
I don't know Andrew, and neither do you. The people who do know him have suffered for it and will likely continue to do so. The family who can't give up on a blood relative, the friends who want to be a part of his life, the carers and caseworkers who try to see the best in him, like they would all of us. I can't blame them for wanting to help him, but eventually they will leave. Many of them already have, either by choice or by obligation. Once they're gone, what will Andrew do? All that's left will be the memory of the enduring suffering he inflicted onto each one of them before they left his life, and the internet will be ready for his next upload.
Hello guys, I'm Andrew from A-Best PCs. Thank you for watching my videos. Take time and subscribe to my YouTube channel and my Tech Times newsletter. I am here to help everyone and anyone who wants to learn from me.
Like the rest of us, Andrew Ditch is a human being. Unlike the rest of us, well, I think you know why by now.
I want to get hit! Hit me! Hit me! These assholes don't want me alive!
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.